Morning, welcome. I see you getting an early start on the stream today. Sorry for being a little delayed this morning. We've got some contractors out here that we work with that are doing a few things around the house, so I had to handle that. It's probably going to be a few interruptions throughout the day as they need things, but they should be able to handle most things on their own. So let me just make sure. It looks like our music plugin's not picking up. Let me just fix that real quick. There we go. Should be able to see the music now. Okay. Eggs, could you not lay there? Come on. Okay. My lap it is then. It is. One of my friends got me that for Christmas last year, I believe it was. Right next to it is a little Minecraft torch as well. I got on the other side Braum, Thresh, some Poros. There's a Lucian back there. This is the big poster across the top is our first big campaign, D&D, for my group and I. We ran I think it was a year-long campaign. It should all be, I assume it's still up. Yeah, my TV mug. I've got a few more random little knickknacks and mugs up on the very top shelf. Actually, there's two shelves above this that you can't see. One's mostly just books and pictures, though. It's hard to see, but the little circular metal things that you see above them, that's a stack too tall of scented candles, but they're all D&D themed. Like this one is Second Breakfast, and this one is Dragon's Blood, and that one's Wizard's Library. And then I need to figure out my little corner over here. I need a better spot for that bookshelf. Not that you can see it, but behind this bookshelf. This is from, in college, I worked on a student design experiential learning center team. And we did I was part of the solar design team, and every 2 years we got invited to the solar decathlon, which is a competition that happens that is hosted, historically speaking, I don't know where it's at now or if they even still do it, but back when I was in college, it was every 2 years. I think they shifted it to 3 years at one point. But every 2 years it was hosted in DC. And then the year that we went, it was hosted in California. And what the competition is that you have 2 years between the end of the previous competition and the beginning of the next one to build a house, a net zero house that you are able to transport cross country, in our case, because we were in Missouri at the time. That's where I went to college. To a competition, you need to be able to like tear it down, put it on a trailer, take it there, build it back up, and you have like a week or whatever to do setup. And then you're rated on like house's efficiency from like temperature regulation, how long can it maintain hot water, aesthetics, construction quality, a whole bunch of different things. And the main, of course, it was the solar decathlon. So the main criteria was for net zero on electricity. So if you're for every watt of electricity you consume, you need to be able to the house itself needs to be able to produce a watt of electricity. It doesn't necessarily have to have batteries, so it can be grid tied. It's just over the course of the 2 week long competition, it needs to have produced as much energy as it consumed. That was cool though. We obviously it was a construction project, so we had to wear hard hats while we were on site. And at when we started working on the project that I was involved with, I built the automation system for the house. So we had like microcontrollers controlling all the valves because we did radiant heating and radiant cooling. So if we wanted it to get hot, we would flow hot water through, or we'd flow the water through the valves. So we'd trigger on the pumps, control which valves were open and closed, and then pump hot water through the floors. Or if we wanted it to cool off, we would pump cold water through these little drop panels we put in the ceiling. And so we had to control, valve controls, we had pump controls, and that was for controlling the heating and cooling of the house. We also then had tied into a microcontroller for turning on and off like ventilation ducts, so we could do airflow to prevent stale air. We had to read temperature sensor data. We built I think it was in Python using Django. We built a little web interface and stuff like that. It was a pretty fun project. So I was there during the construction phase. I wasn't helping much with construction of the house itself so much as installing microcontrollers and control valves and things like that. That was back when I was doing a lot of embedded system stuff. But our school got renamed. It used to be University of Missouri at Rolla because it was the University of Missouri system. And so it was just University of Missouri at Rolla, University of Missouri at Columbia. It was the names of the schools. And we renamed it to Missouri University of Science and Technology, MS&T. And so all of the old UMR hard hats were being phased out as they were getting new ones. And so we just took a bunch of them. So all the people that worked on it took one. It's a cool project though. Yeah, I got a bunch of little knickknacks in here. There's a lot of dice. This is a custom dice set. Oh, that's a Moo as well from League. I got some D&D figures. I got 2 dice trays. This bigger dice tray is just completely full of dice. A bunch of little knickknacks and stuff. All of these taller purplish things are all dice boxes. I've got a Witcher wine cork. I got my little security camera set up back there. I have to put my hair up. It keeps catching between my shoulders and my chair. It's getting too long. Alright. What are we doing today? So, let me find some tabs. Yeah, I like that mug though. What you got on us? I have a bunch more little interesting mugs like that. I don't use that one though because it is not. It's a square mug. It's about as comfortable to drink out of as it sounds. So I don't use that one very often. Let me grab Godot. I'll launch Godot. Speaking of mugs, interesting mugs. This is what I got from one of my friends this year. It's custom engraved, Minecraft stuff all over it, and then it's got my name on it. It's funny because got this as a coffee mug, and another one of my friends from the same friend group got me a mug as well, also etched and with my name on it, and I don't remember what. I think that one's like Zelda themed or something, and but luckily it's a like skinnier, taller one for cold liquids. So I've got a nice one for hot liquids, and a nice one for cold liquids now. So let me pop this over here. Switch to pop that over here, and now we should be able to switch it over. All right, let me get my layout. Get that off screen for you guys until we need it. Super interesting background. Okay, so yesterday, where we left off, is we now have. Let me find my player. We finished we wrapped up the work we needed for. Sorry, the dog's probably gonna be barking a lot. We wrapped up the work we were doing on our. Hang on. All right, sorry again. We wrapped up the work we were doing on our shaders, so we can toggle that on and off now. So this is what the image normally looks like, and then we toggle our global shader on. This is what we get. We made it to where we can change the values pretty easily. We're actually doing it through code. So if I go to our scripts, Godot, we can assign the color variables. And so right now, because I was fiddling around with things, we can press spacebar to toggle between them. So yep, that's kind of where we left off. That's the shader we're probably going to be using for the entirety of it. We're probably not going to be using the toggle logic. That was just some things I was thinking through as we were trying to come up with our game concept. I still don't really know what I feel like doing on a game concept front. Nothing really is speaking to me on that front, but I did effectively boil it down to. I didn't put it in here. It's a variation on more or less the 2D spaceship sim. So the concept we're going to be going with is, I probably should put together some sort of document on the path we're going to be doing for that one. I didn't mean to close that tab. So if we pop this over here, let's get rid of that. So at a high level, the concept we're going for is going to be, I'm just going to delete this whole thing, I think. Let me go into here. So this is the one button one we did a while back. Let me drop a board in here for 1 bit. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to need to clear up the homepage in this one. All right. If I delete and then I place a new board, 1 bit, I pop into here. I can grab this. I can do game design document. And then we can go through to our, yep, use this template. We can go over here. Wow. There we go. All right. And we can go to our brainstorming. I'll paste that in there just so we have it. I'm gonna go ahead and delete and then paste, just to make sure it didn't clip any of that, because we were running right up against the max limit on that. All right. I don't want a mood board. Okay, so effectively what we landed on here is, think, and this is the reason I pulled this up actually, was so we can do this. So I want to do this as a mashup of, I'm torn on how I want to handle this. It would be easier. Let's go at it this way. So it's going to be a roguelike, because you can smash a roguelike into anything. Think, I guess the best way of describing this would be a roguelike implementation of Oregon. I think it's Oregon. Yeah, it is Oregon. A roguelike implementation of Oregon Trail in space. That's kind of the high level of what we're going for here. And so when we're talking roguelike, in a lot of ways, Oregon Trail is already a roguelike, if you think about it, because it is, I mean, if I remember correctly, it existed before Rogue did, so but the concept is, borrows a lot of things from it. It is randomized. If you look at it from the sense of encounters standpoint, instead of like a map, like think of it like how FTL does, where FTL is a roguelike that has, instead of randomized rooms with stuff in it, it's got randomized encounters that you run into. So think FTL from that front. But instead of randomizing combat encounters, I want to go with a non-combat oriented game, more like Oregon Trail. And so we'll have random events that happen as we traverse through to get from point A to point B. And so it would fit as the, a survival, a PvE focused survival roguelike. So we don't want to do, it's the player versus the environment. So a lot of the events, there might be some, we might do some events that involve what would be akin to PvP, but it's not going to be like an actual battle sequence. It's like, if we're going to have an event in that vein, it'd be like, you got raided. Stuff like that. So we would still have player choice in these events, but it's going to be, realistically, think Oregon Trail. You have an event happens and you have certain resources at your disposal. Some things you are out of your control, but most things you'll be able to handle through a cost-based system. So in Oregon Trail, it's like you need, you tried to ford the river, you failed, so it cost you this, or you succeeded, and so you got to move forward, kind of thing like that. But then you have other things that are, so you have events that are a chance to lose something, and then we'll have events that are things like, cholera, which is you can, I guess in the end it is still chance to lose something, but it's not like, I guess even in the case of the other ones, it's still, and it's just a matter of what is the cost for failure. So there's we'll do randomized events, and our event list will have, um, success fail checks that, event triggers, a thing happens, you either succeed, fail, or fail a check that will determine which branch you land in, as far as, do you have to pay some sort of costs to move forward? What happens if you don't have, if you, like fail that cost or whatever. But a lot of them will have a spin up. So what I mean by that is, in the case of Oregon Trail, you come up on a river. You can either choose to go around, or you can attempt to ford the river. If you ford the river and succeed, you save time, which might be the difference between you running out of food or not down the road. If you fail, you might lose a horse, or you might lose a wagon, or someone dies, or you lose, like it overturned and you lost your food supply. So trying to force your way through on an event might result in a worse outcome than the safe route of, going around, for example. That's kind of the thought process there. And so you'll have preloaded events, which are you take an action and it'll have a positive or negative outcome. And we would want to show what are the odds of the different choices. And then we have post-loaded events, which are going to be a thing, like a dice roll. You came across a thing, dice roll, this happened to you. Got bit by a snake. Do you expend the resources and try and ensure at the cost of medicine that everything is fine? Or do you roll the die and see if your character dies? So there's going to be a lot of randomness tied to it, which means we're going to have to come up with quite a few different settings for how to balance and strain that. But when it comes to handling, sure, we'll put it under mood board. When it comes to handling our flow, like how you transition from one event to the next, at first I was thinking maybe we lean towards like how Slay the Spire does it, where you can look at the full outcome and see it. But I like that to an extent. But we also have to keep in mind we're in a space setting. And so our list of destinations would be like solar systems, I guess. Is kind of the thought I'm going for here. And so how we string those together doesn't really particularly make sense, you know what I mean? So I don't see why we would want to go that route so much. I kind of started leaning more towards the idea of handling it kind of how like Hades does between rooms. And so we can just roll. See if I can find an image of this. Obviously, it would be very, very different visually. Than how Hades handles it from a visual aesthetic. But this idea of give the player the options with potential rewards from going down that route. We can either go this route, or the other one that came to mind was so these are the two main ways of handling this that I am familiar with. There are other options as well, of course, but the way that these two handle it are in the case of Hades. Um, the room is it's choosing the next room from at random and allocating resources from a list of possible rooms based on the floor you're on. And so they can fully randomize. I say fully. They can randomize what your next room is when you make the choice. And so this route leans well when you have room design, but it also allows showcasing a little bit more about the rewards. And so we wouldn't use this. We would use like options, visible options. On the flip side, you have Slay the Spire. I know this looks weird. This is not a normal map for Slay the Spire. This is intended to be, if I'm understanding this one in particular, this is how they do the intention behind their map generation. Is someone theory crafting that, but it does a pretty good job of getting across the point. And so you build out. In their case, they built out all the possible options, and then all the possible linkings, and they enable and disable. To just randomize a roll to enable and disable things. So this is more a path-based approach, which this visualization as a path doesn't particularly make like it's nice when we're looking at it because again we're going to fit a lot more into the Slay the Spire style card game-esque. Obviously we're not building it as a card game and we're not having combat, but it kind of showcases how many selections you have and gives you a little bit more agency into like a chosen path as you're branching out. But this is a harder thing to implement than roll a die, show a reward segment. So, because in the Hades system, what we need to build is we need to build a set of we follow the Hades approach completely. Special events, major rewards, minor rewards. So events, major rewards, minor rewards are the way they do their system. And so we just roll to see in a weighted roll system which of those three categories that you get. And then once you get that category, then we do a roll on that to see which option within that category you got. So this, we can just roll that each time you move to a stage. Give me just 1 minute. Sorry about that. The guys need into the garage, so I'm going to open that real quick for them. Yes, I have my garage door on tied to an app. All right, so these are the two that come to mind when I think this sort of traversal. Again, when we're looking at it from a non-action based, like Hades uses an action-based system, whereas Slay the Spire is a card battler, so it's not an action system. So it is more visually engaging, but they do this to show major selections between event types and the paths you could take. I don't know if we want to go that route because we're not gonna. It requires us to implement more things, and we're at like 5 days. So adding more at this point in time would not be good for us. Which leans me towards the Hades style of just make some categories, make some options within each category. We do a random roll across the category. We can do GD script weighted random. There's here we go. We can do weighted random probabilities where instead of getting just pure random, everything's weighted the same. We can use probabilities assigned to an array that mirrors it, and then we can roll random across those probabilities. So we can add weights, which means we can implement luck systems. We can implement, whatever we want. This is all readily available to us, so being able to do this style of random, I think, makes a lot more sense with the tools we have access to. It's not that we can't do this, and we can even do weighted random if we want. It's just we're not going to have. I guess the main problem here is we're not going to have monster battles. So a lot of these nodes go away because we no longer have normal monsters, boss monsters, or elites, which is what 60% of what you see here. So we would just have a bunch of question marks. So we would have to start creating icons for all. I mean, I guess we have to do this in both cases. We need to create icons for all the options that come through. Or we create an icon for environmental events. We create an icon for we just all events would fit into a category, and we want to create an icon for that category is the idea. And so in our case, we would probably we wouldn't want to do like we don't want to showcase good events versus bad events, obviously. I guess what we probably want, if we fit into a categorization, would be the idea of, again, pulling from Hades, minor events, major events, which would be the difference between, actually, this is what they're showing here. This is a major event, and this is a minor event. This is technically an augmented major with a boss. But minor rewards like gold, major rewards like boons is how they segment it in Hades. So rewards. So minor rewards, major rewards is, and then they also do events as their main options. And so under events, they fit Sharon, so you can do the shop. I guess technically that's its own thing. So minor rewards, major rewards, events, like special events, like the in Hades 2 when you run into the spider, you can get like armors built, or you can get random encounter events, those kinds of things. And then you have the shop. So this is how Hades splits theirs. And then for Slay the Spire, you've got battle, elite battle. I'm not going to put boss battle because it always ends in a boss battle, and technically Hades does that as well. And we're not going to have combat anyway, so I'm not too worried about it. Then we've got random event. We've got shop, rest, call it camp. Shop, camp, and then chests. I don't remember what they call these, but the little chest icon they have here. Let me get my mouse bigger. The little chest icon they have here. I think that's all their events. So, battle, random events, which fits into the events here. The elite battle would be their akin to, a reward with, like the Hades says, this boss major reward over here. So that would be their equivalent to the elite battles. That's their elites. And so every room for them is a battle, and then you have elite battles randomly. And then their random event is the equivalent to events in Hades. And then you have, obviously, the shop. And then in their case, you have rest points that you can occasionally find to where you can perform some certain sort of restorative actions. So your downtime. Hades doesn't have the equivalent to that within a run. That's always at the end of a run. And then chests are just the occasional, like in Hades, you can get the occasional rooms that have no combat. That would be the equivalent of the chest reward. In Slay the Spire is a room that you just get a reward in. There's no catch, there's no combat, nothing. It's just a free reward. So, pulling from these conceptually, we get I like the categorization of minor, major rewards. So we segment our rewards into 2 clusters. I like that. We're probably going to pull that. Then we have event types of, we'll call it free reward, pre-roll, roll before rewards, take action, action to limit downside, boost upside. Let's change how I'm formatting this slightly. Okay, I'm not do combine. Okay, we'll just do it this way. Event types. We got free reward. We got a pre-roll. We got a post-roll. So effectively we have major, minor rewards as our different reward segmentations. Actually, can I just do boom, boom? Reward types. Major, minor. And then we'll do event types. We get free reward. This is just a thing happened that was good. I don't like just pure negative events, so we probably won't have any of those. Instead, we will use pre-roll, post-roll. And so the idea of a pre-roll is you hit a location, a roll, an event triggers, a roll happens. So this is the idea of something happened to you. You have no control over it. You then have the option to take an action to mitigate the downside. So it's going to have some sort of cost to you. If you have the correct resource, you can mitigate or shift that cost from one area to another, for example. The post-roll is, it rolls after you take an action. So an event happens, you make a choice, and then a roll happens based on your choice. So this one is mitigating the downside after the fact. This could be good or bad. So you can have events that would earn you a reward. If you have a thing, you can make it better. So in Slay the Spire, you can come across events where you can either back out with no downside, or occasionally back out with a downside. Take a reward with some sort of downside, or give them an item or something to get a different reward. It's usually random, but that's the idea here. Is you tripped a thing, the roll happened to determine what the thing is, essentially. And now you get to choose between options, some good, some bad, usually some sort of trade-off. This one is going to be, you came up to an event like a intersection in the road. You get to choose based on the information you have which path you take with success failure rates, if we can give them. It wouldn't be path based because that's each section. You're going to have a choice. We're going to do that Hades style of you did a thing, we rolled to see what the options are on the paths you can take. Would you rather have a minor reward guaranteed, or do you want to hit an event? I think it'll be pretty rare. I think free rewards are going to be overwhelmingly minor. To encourage people to do our events, which is where you will be able to get sometimes minor rewards, sometimes major rewards. We might... I guess we could go the Oregon Trail route and just have it, as soon as you resolve an event, the next event triggers. Just remove the player choice from path out of it. And it's just a randomized series of events. I like the idea of being able to have some say in the choice, but we're not going to segment between pre-roll and post-roll. So we're effectively going to have a question mark for an event. We might, I don't know if we will have a shop interaction. We could incorporate some sort of repair rest segment. This is just a free guaranteed reward. So low chance free guaranteed reward. And in the I don't think the guaranteed reward segment is something that we would showcase. If we go the Hades route, I think we need to actually show, this is a minor reward room, trigger an event, which means we lose the event flag. We would need to change the event flag to be I guess we could do pre-roll events. Oops. Our pre-roll events are tied to like the Hades style. You get to see what kind of reward it is. We have categorizations of intensity for our pre-roll events. And those will be the things that happen. It might sometimes to go the free reward one would be an event trigger that had no upside downside to it, kind of thing. All right. I am going to check on something real quick. Check how people are. We are a minute and a half from triggering pre-roll. 5 minutes of pre-roll ads. So I'm going to go ahead and just manually trigger this 1 minute ad break real quick. That seems better than being forced into a 5 minute break. So give me just a minute. I'm going to go check on stuff while this ad rolls, and we'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. Alright, so going through this, we may do pre-roll as an always trigger event, and we'll just have events that show up. Oh, fuck. I forgot about one of our constraints. I can't do this. I'm trying to avoid text. And the reason I'm trying to avoid text is this is the original creators and operators for this are Russian, which means the community is like, a solid like third to half of the community are Russian speaking. I don't plan on doing a bunch of text like translations. So I guess we'll just throw this out. It's not that I'm struggling to come up with ideas. It's I'm struggling to find ideas that I come up with that fit within our giant list of restrictions. Because we've got a graphical restriction, it's 1 bit. We've got a theme restriction into the depths, so that is already limiting us pretty heavily. And then we can't really use anything in the way of text. We've got numbers and symbols, and that's about all we can do. Because unless we want to do translations, and I don't speak Russian or have access to people that can do translations, and I've had to deal with like Google Translate and stuff before on those, and I don't want to accidentally insult people just because Google Translate translates something wrong. So I don't like using automated translations, but also it's a bunch of technical stuff we have to do for translations then. So I want to avoid that. Once we combine these three together, it keeps just throwing out any concept we come up with. Main reason being is, and the other thing, I try and do this pretty consistently. When I run, hang on, it's looking like it's trying to spin up another ad. I want to see if I can postpone this. I might have to do another back-to-back ad. I don't know if I can stop this. Alright, well, looks like we're going to be doing this. While that's running, for anyone that is not having to watch ads, I'm going to toggle through some setting stuff real quick on Twitch to see if I can make this a little bit easier on everybody. We're still working on getting this figured out. So the auto run on this should be running 3 minutes of ads per hour. If I go below that, then it will do pre-rolls. Which means instead of 3 minutes of ads, we get 5 minutes of ads. So Disable pre-roll when I run ads, pre-roll ad notification. Okay, so it should be auto running 1.5 minutes of ads every 30 minutes. Can I change this? Okay, well, we're gonna leave it at that. I guess I need to go through and finish doing their monetization setup checklist. That feels like something important I should be doing at some point in time. So I don't know if it's still running the ad because it doesn't actually tell me when it's done. Let me... I am going to pop the... Nope, we're not going to do that. We're going to let it run. All right. Okay, so that's not really an option for us then. That really limits us quite a bit. I'm not sure. So I do have some other options here that would require any sort of text. Dialogue, narrative, nothing. I don't know if it's something we want to do though. We do have we do have the concept that we talked about a while back as a fallback where we could do a vertical scroller if we needed to. I did flesh that out a little bit more when I was thinking about it the other night. So the primary concept for this was, if you guys are familiar with the Titan submersible, my partner was very, she followed it very closely. We'll put it that way when it was happening. But you. So it would fit under the categorization of a roguelike, because we would want to do iterations where you can get enhancements and power-ups. Vertical runner, technically. That'd be, I don't know if we would want to do as an infinite runner style. So maybe not that, but it'd fit under a survival environmental horror game. And so the concept that we kind of fleshed out on this one is more or less you're a submarine driver going as deep as possible. You have to manage pressure. Probably something along the lines of fuel/power. And I'm not sure what other mechanics we would want to manage. Then we would have environmental hazards, which could be things like, again, we're diving down into the sea. Another thing we could manage here would be light. But you're diving down into the sea, so hazards, obviously, the obvious one is pressure from depth. We then have the concept of Sorry, we're gonna have to go without lights for a little bit. I'm having them swap out breakers. The computer should be fine. I have it all, including the internet, all on UPSs, so we shouldn't see any interruptions to our stream, just lighting changes for a little bit. From a hazard standpoint, we should have obviously the pressure from the depth. We would have like we could have currents that would hit for left-right movement, forced left-right movement. We could have like geysers, because there's like undersea you can run into, like it would technically be on the seabed, but it would be a geyser that would, well, technically what it is would be a heat vent to be exact, but the hot shoots up with quite a bit of force trying to rise, but it also applies heat. And then currents would be, let's call it vertical. And then currents could be horizontal forces. So we have navigational things, pressure from depth, so that's something you're gonna have to be balancing and managing as you go down. And then the darkness is something you'd have to manage, which I guess goes back into light. So limiting the player's view kind of sets a lot of the setting for you. And then we would have the concept that they added that they thought would be fun when I was talking to some of my friends about this would be like the Kraken. And so the concept we came up with would be a tentacle from off the side of the screen trying to grab it'd be just one more thing to dodge. It ticks the boxes of the theme. It's not particularly complex. It doesn't require any words. It explains self-explanatory stuff like that. To make it roguelike, it would be randomly generated on how we do our obstacles, and we can add, we would do randomly spawn collectibles. So I thought it would be funny that you would come across like one of the other ones we had in here was seaweed patches, which could dampen your propeller, which would make it hard to navigate. We can do both vertical and like up and down movement to force off of vertical layers. So most of these are going to be movement based. Again, it's intended to be environmental horror, so a lot of it is going to be atmospheric. We would have to find soundtracks that make sense with it, and it's going to be fighting against the elements. It's not a particularly interesting. There's nothing mechanically interesting about it either, which is why I wasn't particularly set on doing it. It does tick the boxes though on our requirements, and I'm struggling to find mechanical systems that tick all those boxes. All of the interesting systems I've come up with that I can think of all rely on like relating it back to the theme is becoming a consistent problem for me. I'm starting to get to the point where I say, fuck it, we just go with whatever we want to build and try and shoehorn in a theme at the end, which would result in some sort of vision cone related stealth game. I want to play with them, but I don't want to build a level. So I'm in a bit of a weird conflict on that one. guess we... Sorry about that. I guess we could go the path of... Man, the more I think about this, I don't want to build it. It's just so bland. So let's figure out a way to do a fun mechanic. And if it doesn't meet the theme, it doesn't meet the theme. We'll just get disqualified. That's fine. At least we built something fun. Alright. I don't want to do this in mood board. That is not where we're going with that. Let's do this in... I guess brainstorming actually would be the spot for it. So, keeping these restrictions in mind, let's shift this. Oops. I just want to create more room. I want to grab these and that. And then we'll grab these and these, and we'll just move those over here, get this a little more vertical. Or sorry, horizontal, not vertical. Okay. So here's our restrictions. All right. So we have one-bit graphics. We're ignore theme for now. Little to no text. Little to no custom visual art. Minimize level design. All right. Let's start with figuring out what our core gameplay loop is going to be. So if we look at it from a mechanics standpoint, what I want to work on is stealth. I want to build a stealth system. So as part of that, we need detection. We need vision cones. I want to do it from a 2D landscape. So think there's two primary. Let me see if I can find. There's two primary ways of handling this. We have pop this tab over here. One option is the 2D platformer style. I'm not a big fan of 2D platformers. I don't think it's gonna fit particularly well with our with our 1-bit either. In platformers, for them to look interesting, we need to set up backgrounds and parallax and things like that. And with our restrictions on visuals, we don't want too much noise going on. So I want to stray away from platformers, which means we need to look at it from the standpoint of top down. Which gives us, hang on, where is There's one game that's coming to mind. I don't think it's going to show up in this search though. This, it's not what I'm looking for. It's also technically not a stealth game. Oh, that is not what I want. Let me see if I can find. This has got vision cones in it. I don't. This is not really a stealth game. Copy image. So actually, this one is a stealth game if I remember correctly. So this is kind of what I'm thinking. These kinds of games tend to be level design focused, more or less puzzle games. I'm not interested in that. I want an action game. So I want to do. Let's do a stealth action game. I'm thinking games like honestly, what's coming to my mind on games that would fit under this category of stealth action would be certain gameplay options or styles under Skyrim, like the stealth archer builds, for example, or stealth melee builds. I think a better implementation from that open world standpoint is Cyberpunk 2044. No, I think it's 2044. Cyberpunk 2077. 44, 77, same thing. I think that's a better implementation when it comes to open world stealth. Then we have games like Metal Gear Solid and some of the older Metal Gear Solids and Hitman, those kinds of games where it's more level design focused than it is open world. They're not really open world at all. Those are the kinds of games that come to mind. How we merge this, because I want to. Here, let's do this. What do we want to build? We want to build a stealth action game, which under this quantification, that means combat. It's going to be combat mechanics. Specifically, I want it to be. I'm thinking under combats we have a one hit kill system for player to sure NPC. But then we do a avoidance system for NPC to player. So what I mean by that is, get caught, run away. So I don't want it to be a one-hit kill in reverse. I want you to have the ability to find routes out. And so that means we're going to need decent-sized maps in order to support this. I want to avoid level design, which means randomly generated. Let's do procedurally generated levels. Because I don't want to deal with creation of levels.
if I can avoid it. We want it to be 2D top down. I want it to go the path of Rogue. I do believe ads just kicked off. So we are going to take a short break. I'll be back in a little bit, and ads will be done around then, and we can get back into this. So give me just a moment. No, we're going to refill my coffee and such.
searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Don't stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so. And now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Still you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but at heart, in the dead of the night.
Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. Like I said, we've got our contractor guys out here doing work on stuff. They're almost done with most of the things inside, which means we'll have lights again here soon. But they had a bunch of questions about the roof. We got to fix fascia and replace, I think, one metal sheet. Put trim on that got ripped off in the windstorms. And then we're going to put up gutters to protect the new fascia. Because for some odd reason they didn't put gutters up on the barn originally, or the garage originally, for whatever reason. Okay, so when I say rogue here, I mean rogue the game, which generates a room. It generates a series of rooms and then ties them all together so that you have a flow. So when I say rogue, I mean literally rogue the game. For how I want to do procedural generation for room transitions, which will give us a decent sized map. So let's do rogue-esque room/hall generation. How we want to do we would need, for this to be interesting, we need a way to see Can I help you, Eggs? We need a way to see around different areas. We need a way to... So we're gonna need... we'll need a, like, fog of war style system to block vision until you reveal it. And we're going to need a... Probably want some sort of mini-map. And we're definitely going to need the vision cones for enemy vision cones. This is what I really want to work on. I want to build vision cones, and I want to work on something procedurally generated. So this would give us a lot of that. I like the idea of if you can get to an NPC, you can kill them as long as they haven't detected you. So let's do player can one hit assassinate. Player must run hide from NPCs. We're gonna want some sort of objective-based generation. Something like steal X, kill Y. Something like that. Like you'll have a set objective to complete. And we will generate the map stemming out from that objective, I think. I think that makes the most sense for us. Just because we want the ability to have the space for moving around, but we also want, like, you need to be accomplishing something. I just had an idea. What if we remove combat? If we remove this, the entire mechanic shifts. You are no longer able to impact NPCs in any way. It would require us to improve and limit NPCs in quite a few ways on how they do this to make this work. We would want to introduce we'd have side objectives, collect X kind of objectives, and then we would want primary objective is always go deeper. And so you're always trying to get from the staircase that got you there to the next staircase going down. So you're always going deeper and deeper and deeper is the goal. We can work it in from a narrative sense on what that means. Stylistically, we would want it to be a cave. I'm thinking like Arifureta or a time I got reincarnated as a spider, or one of those where you're in a dungeon at a certain level and all you can do is continue going deeper is kind of the feel that I want to get. Specifically in a dungeon where you don't stand a chance against the monsters around you. And so NPCs would be different kinds of monsters that you're trying to avoid. And we would give them different ways of sensing on how they detect would be a lot of the core mechanics. And so it would be monitoring their paths, waiting for them to fall asleep, interacting with mobs in different ways. Like we could introduce items that would allow you to put a mob to sleep for a duration kind of thing. So the entire thing would be going deeper. So you're always trying to get to that stairwell going down. I'm not sure how we would do that just yet on fitting it all in, what we would want that to look like. But I like the direction this is going because it ticks all the boxes and mechanics. We're constantly going deeper, so it's into the depths is checked from a thematic sense. We've got our shaders in place to do our 1-bit design. So now it's just a matter of creating the mechanics and the menus. Okay, let's dive into things. I am just going to delete. Actually, no, I have essentially nothing in here. It was entities, maybe? Yeah, this one gets deleted. Okay, so don't save. We need to come up with quite a few things. Let's I think the most important thing for us to do right now is create our base enemy in a map scene. So we want to create a basic map scene. Let's just go to game scene. Game scene. Grab this. Which is going to give us this jank mesh rendering. Then we'll go into our map scene. We're going to dump this in. And roughly center it. Don't mind my OCD. All right. And now if we go back to our game scene, once again, we have rendering and background. All right. So, Matt, we're going to create a new scene that is going to be our enemy. This is going to be the base for all of our enemies. Is kind of the goal we're going for here. To start with, let's grab child node, sprite, animated sprite 2D. Let's give you animation. What are you complaining about? There we go. Idle. We're just going to add, let's do assets. Can I delete? Factions, goblins, troops. Right. If we decide to use this texture pack, we're going to need to buy the upgraded one, which I'm not opposed to. I actually really like this texture pack, so. Let's go ahead and play. That looks good to me. Alright, we got a little enemy in place. We're going to drop an enemy into our game, into our map. And now if we go to our game, helps if I save. Let's go to our enemy. We want this to be autoplay unload. Eggs. Let's remove this. So we're going to go to our game controller. Let's remove all of the logic associated with this. Actually, no. Let's leave this setter logic for our color change. And then let's remove all of this, I believe. We no longer need to set these. That's statically set. We no longer need to change that. That's statically set. The color state toggle is no longer relevant to us. These are being, oh, we don't need this. We just need, the main benefit to this is that when combined with the set logic, so if I just remove color dim, if I just do this and then cut, paste, remove the alpha, assign the color, and then set it. And then cut, or remove the alpha, assign the color, set it. Now, pass here. We no longer need to accept that, which means we can pass here. The reason I kind of want to leave this here is it means that we can assign the variable at the root of our game object, and it will propagate down. This just provides a better way of handling this than delving deep into the shader stuff. So this is just convenience is the entire reason that's here. But if we run this, nothing changed. Good. Well, I guess something did change. Now if I press space, nothing happens, which is what we want. Okay, so we now have that. Let's get movement on our player controller real quick. So we go to player, we have that. Let's attach a script. Player. Okay, so we want to check for, let's do, we're doing top-down player control. So no matter what, if, and we just did this in here. We just removed this. Input.is action just pressed. Okay. Input.is action pressed. Key pressed. Here we go. Key underscore W or input dot is actually is sorry, what I'm stalling on here is I want to set it up for the input mapping. I'm not using low-level SDL stuff anymore. So let's do left. Okay, so we want the is action pressed. UI underscore left. This lets us bind on left key or A, and we can change it in our input mapping. If input.is, I wonder if there's a way I can do this with a nice clean switch case. We're also going to need to introduce a player state. Idle. Run. Sneak. Maybe we do a walk. Idle, run, sneak, walk. Verb, 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 verb. Technically it'd be walking would be the verb form of it. What state are they in? They're in a run state. They're in a death state. They're in a walk state. They're in an idle state. Sneak state. Getting animation for sneak is going to be a problem, I think. I guess we could do a transform to squash them a little bit, and that will have to work for now. How do we want to handle... This will be good for now. We'll move quick, get something testable. We're going to need a... function to transition next. Or, state transition, which is going to take a state player state. For now, we're just going to set var player state equal player state dot idle, and then here we'll just set state, or sorry, player state equal to state. Eventually, we will have a match case that will do some action before that. I guess we don't need that anymore since we have logic in there now. This can turn into a match case on player state when player state dot idle. We want to state transition. Nope. We don't want to just blindly state transition. It would be so much easier if we had a way to just check if any action is pressed and then do a match on it. So input dot get action get pressed. GD script get current action pressed. Alternately, you can handle input events as they occur using the input callback function. Ooh, let's do that. So we can do function input event if event dot is action pressed UI underscore left. Do a thing. Okay. So let's do that. Pass. And we'll get rid of that. Let's do that for now. Alright. Oop. That. Duplicate. Oh, undo that. Let's duplicate. Hey, there we go. UI left. UI right. UI up. UI down. And then we've got our, so these are handle direction. All right. I just realized we missed the ad break. I do need to go to the bathroom real quick though. So give me just a minute. We'll hop back to this in just a moment. I just need one quick break. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. I am dealing with the house repair stuff again. So this is what remains of the vent cover for our furnace outlet. There's a piece that goes on top of this because like this attaches to the. In our case, this is the exhaust vent for the fumes coming out of the furnace, which is weird because we have an electric furnace in the house. So I'm guessing this was originally from the gas, because I assume this place used to have gas, based on other, not this, but the fact we have buried, cut off lines in the yard. This has a mount piece that goes on top of it that sticks up so that it keeps water from going down the pipe in the center. This is all that was remaining on the roof. So the winds kicked so hard it literally ripped the top half of this off. So I just got that from the guys. That was apparently the issue that we were running into, and the local hardware store does not have a replacement for it. So I'm checking real quick to see if I can find something to order online, which I think I've already done. I just need to have the guys come look at this. So they're dealing with other things right now. We'll have them look at it here in a moment. But yeah, that's how bad the windstorms were. It literally ripped the top half of that off. To get the rest of this off, by the way, they cut it. This is part of the pipe. That's how rigidly this is stuck in there, and it still managed to. It literally just tore the metal. Which doesn't overly surprise me from the fact that it was literally peeling the sheets of metal off the roof of the garage in that windstorm. Like I walk outside, I heard something thumping out there during the storm, and so I walk out there in the middle of these gusts and I look up and it's just like metal sheets bending in the wind going up. The front strip that is like the fascia had been disconnected and it was like being rolled into a like just a fruit roll up style, just rolled up. It was bad. Yeah. All right. So we've got left, right, up, down. We will be adding impulse or velocity. Hey, Eggs. I stood up, and so Eggs likes to use my chair when I stand up. But we're going to be adding impulse direction, so we'll add a little bit of velocity based on the direction that you're trying to press. This will then end in a move and slide when we attempt to do that. But that'll be in the process segment. So this will be adding the velocity. And then we want to handle modifiers, we'll call them, which is going to be if event is action pressed UI underscore not sure what we call shift here. Project settings, right? Input shift. No. Alt, control, none of those. We're gonna call you shift. Add. Control. Add. Add event. Shift. Done. Add event. Control. Done. What are the dead zones? 0.5 are the default dead zones for pretty much everything. So we'll set our dead zone to 0.5. we made changes down the road. We've got shift and we've got control. So this is now shift. And if event is action pressed on control, this will handle our action cases for our modifiers. This is going to be our sprint, and this is going to be our sneak. We've got idle, standing still with no modifiers pressed. We've got run, walk. We are going to handle this Vec 4, no, Vec 3 direction, bar direction, Vec 3 equals vector 3. Okay, just that. We are going to set 0, 0.0, 0, 0.0, 0, 0.0. We don't want to call, we want this to be velocity. So while for now, let's do static sets on these. And so we're going to, okay, sorry about that. I want to add smoothing to this, but for now we're not going to. So let's do velocity.x equals And let me shift this real quick. I keep an anti-fatigue mat on the floor to keep my feet from hurting too bad when I'm standing. Unfortunately, this desk is not particularly optimized for the pad because of where the legs are situated, so it's a little bit of a pain on that front. Let's do at export var speed float equals 1.0. This is going to need to be higher than 1.0. We'll do 5. I don't know what we need it to be at, but it'll work for now. So we'll set this equal to speed. 2D top down, so we don't want to penalize. I'm assuming X is going to be left and right. So let's do velocity dot X equals speed times -1. And then up will be velocity dot Y equals speed times 1. Nope, we don't need to multiply it. And then velocity dot Y equals speed times -1. Alright. Dot 0, so it makes it happy. So this will give us our directionality. We can then here velocity dot X times equals 2.0. I don't know why we're doing a Vec 3. Let's try that again. All right. which means we should be able to do that. I'm pretty sure if you multiply it by a vector by a float, it will create a float and multiply both values by it. So we'll test that. And then velocity times equals 0.5. So sprint at double speed. We want to set these as export var. We'll call it sprint speed modifier. We'll call it run modifier. Float 2.0 at export var to sneak modifier float 0.5. Run modifier, and this will be sneak modifier. In the case where you're pressing both, we should prioritize one. So we're going to do here. We're going to do else. Eventually, I'll get used to this. Okay, so this sets up our velocity. We are able to do, technically you can press left and right and it will give velocity in both directions, the same amount of velocity in both directions. That's fine, you go nowhere. We might get a little bit of jitter out of it, unfortunately, but I think we're just kind of okay with that in that situation. So now we want to tie this into our state management. So these are all of the impulses for input when input is pressed. So we need to determine what we do with it based on what player state you're currently in. Okay, give me just one moment. The guys need me for a second, so I'll be right back. I am sorry about that, guys. Let's get back to it. They are nearly done for the day. So I was paying them and wrapping up the last bits. We need to get one more breaker upgrade installed, and then it's back to the waiting game on parts until they can come back out next week or hopefully this weekend. All right. So this is providing us with directionality, and this is providing us with the modifiers, which results in a velocity at the end of this. So we can run a match statement on our player state. So if we are idle, we do nothing. No, actually, if we're idle, if velocity dot vector's value are approximately 0 by running. So if, oops. If we have non-zero values, that means that the user is currently holding down an event of some kind. Right? Because this is going to fire every time any event comes through. We give events for when it's pressed, the repeat calls during a press state, which is like just pressed, is pressed, and then we get released. So if it's a 0, that means it was the release state because none of them are currently pressed. So if it's not 0, then we want to set var velocity equal to a vector to 0.0, 0.0. And we will call this velocity underscore velocity. And so we will set velocity equal to underscore velocity. And we want to set so a movement has been triggered. We know that much. Let's add a temporary internal variable of var state. Let me see if I can do something with this. So here, underscore state equals player state dot run. And then here we would have underscore state equals player state dot sneak. Let's also, do we want sneak? I think we do. I think we want it as a modifier on how much noise we make. I think that'll feel good from a stealth standpoint. Whether we get time to implement it or not is a different story, but we can at least do the player controller for it. And then so here we would set player state equal to underscore state. In all of these cases, underscore state equals player state dot walk. So by default, we set it to walk. If you're holding shift, we update it to run. If you're holding control, we update it to sneak. Now we can assign state. You can transition from idle. We'll allow transitioning from I believe we can do player, no, it's comma. Player state dot, we'll let you do run. We'll do player state dot sneak, and then player state dot walk. So if you're in idle, run, sneak, or walk, we'll let you transition to a new or maintain into the new. We want to set state transition for underscore state. So we'll make sure we're calling state transition. If player state equals state, return. Otherwise, we assign. This will help us do our method transitions. What states do we have? Idle, run. So effectively any state but death state. Idle, run, sneak, walk. Any state but death state you can transition. And then this will allow us to ignore inputs outside of that. We might have additional event handlers in the future. But for now, I think that's good. This should allow us to do the velocity side of things, which this actually is not. Technically, I guess it is velocity. It includes directionality as well as velocity. So we need to, I want to add a setter to our player state, which we created one in here. It's just set, right? Yeah, okay. So player state setter, we do a colon instead, and then we call set on, we'll call it state, colon, and then we do player state equals state. So this assigns it. We can then do additional logic to trigger different actions. So we're calling state transition to do the assignment. This will handle the internals on that. I guess we could merge. Yeah, let's merge that into here. So let's put, let's just call player state equal to, whoops, state here, and then up here we can do if player state is already, if the new state matches the current state, do nothing. Otherwise, we set it. This will allow setting the variable to trigger a transitional state, which will allow us to handle things like updating animation, or sorry, not updating animations. If we have special cases, or like trigger once when it goes to the state. This is going to be things like jump animations. If you wanted to do a jump animation, you would have squash and then jump. And so you would put, when you transition into the jumping state, you squash your character down, stretch it up, and that's how you get the initial launching that runs once. You don't want to repeat it. And then you would have the elongated, and then you would hit apex, which is when you let go of the key, so you transition to the next state, which would then squash down and start into your falling. So you would want to transition into your falling state, and so on and so forth. So this isn't where we handle the logic of transitioning between those states, but this is where we can handle logic that is tied to run once animations. Run once logic of any kind can be stuffed into here. This might include transition to another state, for example, but for the most part, we're not going to. That's going to be a rare outlier more so than the norm. I am going to transition back to sitting. So let's do that. So we now have our state. We now have a transition hook. We now have event listeners. We're setting our velocity, which is also giving us the directionality that we need to go through. So realistically, what we need to do now is pop down to our state down here. We don't care about this any longer. What we do care about is velocity. So there is one state transition that I want to set in here. Let's do a match on player state with player state.death. This is going to be velocity equals vector 2 0.0 0.0. We clear out the velocity. All right, so let's do delta is time since the last. It's seconds. So this is going to be, that means our speed is a per second based thing. So we would move 5, whatever these units are, per second is the idea. Which means we can do const of r distance equals velocity times delta. And then we can do player dot position plus equals distance. Self dot position. Okay, let's make sure print event. Let's print velocity. I might have a solution for something I was thinking about earlier. Print event. Okay. I want to know properties. There is no way for us to get back what I'm thinking of. Unfortunate. Let's do a var handled equals false. We're gonna go through, and if any of these or these are hit, then we set handled equal to true. Right, underscore handled. And then down here, if not handled, return. That should allow us to print our velocity here without getting a bunch of interference. Okay. What if I use okay, so that's working. We do need to do the opposite of this. I know that was hard to see. I am going to modify the values here in a moment. We are going to set this to 25, and we are going to change map. Nope, game, camera, reset our zoom. It's not getting both. First off, let's change one other thing. Let's change this to 1.5. Let's bring this up to 50. The release state is not triggering now that we've added this handled modifier. But I think we're having a different conflict. Yeah. We need to handle our released. We also need to figure out a way to handle exact match is false. If exact match is false, it ignores additional input modifiers. So modifiers, due to keyboard ghosting, may return false even if one of the actions keys is pressed. Let's check input examples. Once you can press them in your script. Blah, 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 blah. Keyboard events and input key or capture while it's recommended to use input actions instead. Blah, blah, blah. So we don't care about that. That doesn't help us at all. That's what I'm seeing. Okay. Hey, eggs. So the problem we're running into here is when one of these keys are pressed, it will not see the other key, and this is keyboard ghosting. So what's technically happening when I do, if you watch the console down here, so that's up, that's left, down, right. That all works. Up and left together. You see it prints two separate entries. That's our underlying problem. It's also not handling the release. So what I really want to do here is, if we're in this state, okay, so let's change this. We're gonna grab this, remove that. We're not gonna need that any longer. We're not gonna need this any longer. Boom. We're also not gonna need this any longer. We are still gonna need that underscore state though. We're gonna handle direction, and then we're gonna handle modifiers. Everywhere we're using velocity is now no longer needing an underscore. Everywhere that we're using handled is no longer needed. Velocity goes away. And then this goes away. We need to still handle this somehow. We'll figure that out in a second. So, this is now is action pressed. So this is when it gets pressed initially, is what we're going through here. And so in all of these cases, it sets just that one aspect of it. And so in all these cases, we're going to get rid of underscore state. And so we're just going to condense some of these down. So we update our velocity as needed. And again, in all these cases, it's setting it equal to. So if you press this recently, and then we need to undo. So we then duplicate this. We're going to have a is action released. Can I do, nope, I can't do that. So UI left, and then we'll do UI right. And then we'll do up, and lastly down. Okay. And so if you release left, we set, sorry, if you release left, then we're going to reset this to 0. Oops, 0. That's 0. If you release right, 0.0. If you release up, 0.0. If you release down, 0.0. So this will set and reset based on pressed versus released. We then have these down here. We're going to add an additional else, which we'll come back to in a second. So this will modify your velocity. This will modify your velocity. If not velocity dot is equal is 0. Here we go. If not 0, then we want to set state player state equal to player state dot run. If not velocity dot is 0, player state equals player state dot sneak. Else if not velocity dot is 0 approximate, player state equals player state dot idle. So if you're in any of these states, nope, walk. Else player state equals player state dot idle. Okay. So if you're pressing or releasing, it will set the X or Y depending on the direction you're going, or reset it if you're releasing. If you press a modifier to run, it will multiply and then check to see if it's done anything, and then set to run. Same for sneak. If you haven't hit either of these cases, then it will check and see if you have velocity. If so, you're walking, and then else this.
But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain.
That should be good. Okay, let's try our new logic. We now move diagonal, left. This gives us our 8 directional movement. We do run into an issue that if you press left, then press right, it'll transition to right while still holding left. When I let go of left, it zeroes out. So let's fix that. But okay, we're gonna need to fix that as well. So we could do if we decouple speed from, so if we set this as direction instead of velocity, we can fix that. So let's change that. So we're no longer dealing with velocity, we're going to be dealing with direction. Oh, right. Alt instead of control in here. Direction. Alright, so these no longer care about that. So let's clean this up. If direction dot is 0, player state equals player state dot idle. And then we've got a else if that will set this. We've got an else if that will set this. And then we've got a else that will set that. So if it's 0, idle. Else if you're holding shift, it's run. If you're holding control, it's sneak. And if, otherwise, it's walking. That cleans up our handler in here quite a bit. All right, and then distance. So we now have here. This is now distance. No, it's great. It's direction. That's what we called it. All right, so we are now setting direction and modifier assignment. So this sets our player state and this sets our direction that we're pointing. We want it to always be 1. So either -1 or 0, 1 or 0, -1, 0, 1, 0. So this is just a one modifier pointing in a direction. I'm actually going to, no, I'm going to leave it as a float. That's fine. So we then want to take our direction, multiply it by our speed, and then multiply it by delta. So this is the direction we're trying to go. This is the speed that we're trying to go at, and then this is our delta. We then, so this is the time aspect of it. We then want to know, we actually have one further step on this. Let's do that here. We will do a match on player state where player state dot run. We will then do distance times equals run modifier. Player state dot sneak. We'll do a distance times equals sneak modifier. And this will get our speed ups and slowdowns without crazy multiplication. So this will get our modified output. Technically, we can compute this. Specifically when we assign a state. So let's do that so we're not having to do math in this process to reduce computations then. So if we go to here, player state idle or player state dot run or player, no, let's do walk, player state dot run and player state dot sneak. We're going to calculate. Oh, we need the individuals for this. Right. So we got a direction. So we want to set our var velocity equals vector 2, 0.0, 0.0. We want to set velocity equal to vector 2, 0.0, 0.0. So we clear out both of these upon death. Walking, we transition to the walk state. So our velocity is going to equal this. No delta. Direction times speed. That is our velocity in the walk state. We then have a run state where it's going to be that times run modifier, and then we have here where it's going to be that times sneak modifier. So walk, run, sneak. And then let's go ahead and player state dot idle. This is where we're going to set velocity equal to vector 2. Technically, direction is 0. Yeah, let's just do it this way. Velocity equals direction. This is 0, so direction. Can I do velocity equals direction equals 0? No. It's fine. Let's grab these and we will place them up here. Idle, walk, run, sneak, death. We assign values across the board. This will set our, this sets our direction, these set velocity, this clears. In the death state, this is just skipped. Alright, so our position is now this times velocity, or sorry, plus equals velocity times delta. We no longer need this to have an underscore because it is being used. Alright, let's try it. Welcome back. Helps if I click on the screen. Okay, we can move our character. It doesn't seem that it's playing... well, shift is not infinitely scaling it now. So an improvement has been made. It is also not setting our... here. So it's easier for me to see. Let's do this as 100. I can't tell if this is so. This is, well, let's change this to 3.0 and let's change this to 0.1. I'm doing pretty good. How about you? Right now I'm not sure if you've been paying attention so far today or this week, although it does say you have returned. We are working on a little roguelite style stealth game. We're getting some weird side effects with that. It's constantly clearing is our problem. Okay. Great. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, we've got a, like I said before, the guys are wrapping up things here. They got to install one last breaker and fix up some stuff in the breaker box. So hopefully Zeke Boy will settle down here soon. Alright, so I think what's going on here is as we're transitioning between the states, so if you notice this jump that's happening, that's why I'm hitting shift. And so it's sticking some, but not enough. So I think this is tied to how we're setting our, I think we're transitioning in and out of our states is the problem. So let's go ahead and print, not console log, player state. Let's see what's going on with our states. Okay, state 3, this is walking. Transitions to 1, then immediately jumps back to 3. 0, 3, 1, 3. Yeah, so it's overwriting. Okay, I think I know what's going on here. We need to handle press release interactions for these like we're doing up here. That's what's going on. So we're going to have to decouple these a bit. If press shift, actually this can stay pretty much as is. And then we can paste that, and then is action released. Yeah, I get like that some days. That's cool though. What are you blogging about? We need to transition out of player state. So for now, I'm just going to pass because I don't know how we want to handle this just yet. And then we want to handle this. And then we can duplicate it. And then pass is action released. What do you mean by informal computer science? Like I understand computer science. It's the informal part that I'm not quite certain what you mean by that. If you don't mind talking more about that. So we'll come to that in a second. So when we transition run, if you release it, we either want it to be Can you give an example of a topic? Or I guess, what was your first blog post topic? Maybe that would help me. If you just released this, we want to invert this. Technically, you can't have multiple of these happening at any point in time. Give me 1 second. Looks like the guys are done for the day. One more dog bark. Are you done, buddy? No? Not that time? Okay. Alright, so we can do an else if, now I think about it, across all of these. So if we have no direction, we're idle. Else we're walking. We literally can't hit these if we're in an idle state. So in both of these cases, we want to transition to... I think this has the same problem. I think this is our error case that's going on right now. So... Oh, right. Damn it. It's gonna take me forever to get used to that. That's an interesting topic. So How deep did you have to go into that? I imagine that was. I can't imagine that was like a surface level. Like I imagine that had to be fairly like in depth. So if you press shift, it goes into run. If you release shift, it goes into walk. If you press control, it goes into sneak. If you press, it goes into walk. I want to do these in the other order so that if we're ever in a conflict state, it will prioritize shift over control. We're a stealth game. We should prioritize sneaking over running. If we're ever in that conflict state. We shouldn't ever be in that conflict state. That's interesting. I just the topic, the subject matter of the topic makes me think it was fairly in depth. Speaking of, I don't think I have it on my bookshelf right now. I don't see it up there. Maybe it's on this one. No, it must still be one of the things I need to unpack. I have, I think it's called Turing's Delirium, which is an interesting book. It talks about Turing and his descent into madness. That's cool though. I've never really gotten into blogging. So this lets us transition in and out of run states. We still run. We can't add an else. Sorry, our problem is we have no way of transitioning into the walk state. I guess we could have a first press. No. I'm Alright. I'm going to run this to see if the other errors have been concluded while I think about that. Alright. Interesting. It no longer lets us change direction. Yeah, I know a lot of people that used to be into it quite a bit. Because this is updating direction. When direction is we should add a setter on direction. Yeah, that's probably what we should do. Direction. I'd be curious to see how you go about approaching that one. I've always been a big fan of testing, coming from a a comp sci background. So it's always interesting to see how some of those things are handled. No problem, man. Anytime. So if we handle it this way, when direction is updated, we check player state. And so here we're defining directionality. Okay, so we update direction, and then based on player state, if you're in idle, we'll just hard set vector to 0.0, 0.0. For velocity, walking is going to be direction times speed. Running is direction times speed times the run modifier. Sneaking is, again, with the sneak modifier. And if you're in the death state, then direction and velocity are both 0. We can keep direction. We'll just set velocity equal to 0. So idle and player state dot death will both result in that. Also, fun fact, if indexing is needed to select characters, then Python-style negative indexes are needed for Turing complete. Interesting. When you say negative indexes, are you talking like distance backwards from the end negative index, or are you talking like it needs to have allocated negative values on indices? This is no longer needed here. Okay, yeah, so negative, it would mean you need infinite positive indexes as well, which would be a modulus on size. And then a negative index value is just grab from end modulus loop back, right? If player state equals state, return. We no longer have anything going on in our setter. So this should fix one of those issues. It didn't. It introduced a different issue. Set direction. It's because we're doing this in that order. If you are in one of these states, it should transition. Direction set, directions, oh, right. Direction is now underscore direction. I don't know of any language systems that don't handle strings as just an array of characters. Or if in C++ they call them vectors, and whatever the language's preference is for. I think in almost all cases it's usually a linked list. So let's think through this. When you press any of these keys, it sets your direction. I bet this has the same setter problem that most languages have. This isn't setting a direction. This is setting a value on direction. So I'm willing to bet this is never being called. Well, it's being called the first time the game loads, but oh, it is actually being called. Press, release. Did I invert these? Pressed, left. Oh, it's because it's before assignment. So our direction is getting set. That's not a problem. Player state, idle, or death. We should have, actually, I'm willing to bet this is idle in every one of these cases because we aren't setting it here. All right, so in all of these cases, we need to check and see. We don't care. We don't care about that right now. Are we running or walking? We need to attempt to state transition. I might split this into a series of state transitions. I think I'm overcomplicating this by trying to split it out to make it a little more sustainable and reusable. I think I might just need to simplify it down into this one controller. So if you're in one of these states and you press a key, it'll set direction. The problem is when we set direction, it's blocking the ability to set. Because if you're in idle or death, it doesn't do assignment. We need to update the fact that you're attempting to walk first. If you're in let's go this way. If you're in any of these states and you press one of these keys, it's going to attempt to modify your direction. If you're in, man, I don't want to handle the way that's going through my head on handling this is going to have so much duplication of code because of how things are structured. So I'm wondering if I should break this into a series of functions that handle different things. Because I'm about to have to add 2 lines for each of these and then duplicate it into another statement that gets duplicated 3 times based on the situation you're in. Because what I'm thinking here is player state. If you're idle and, key pressed, we need to know if you're in idle, then go, key pressed, go to walk. But we can't just go to walk. We need to know, because if you're in the idle state, we only want to go to walk if you're in one of these states and you're not holding down the key. Is there a way to check event.hold? Held? What is this echo? Holding down the key. Any other event type returns false. So let's test that. I want to see when echo triggers. First off, if event.is echo on, does this require? It doesn't. Okay. Print echo. Let's test some things. I want to remove. Do I have prints anywhere else? Boom. Just the one. Okay. I just hit F6 and F5 at the same time. What's F6 do? Also starts it. Okay, there's no difference apparently. Alright, hold down left. Echo spam. Let's clear it. Hold down shift. Shift does not echo. If I now hold left, it is echo spamming. So we can short circuit if it's an echo. So we're not listening to spamming of things, because we don't need, we're the way we're setting this is we need to reset it in echo cases. So this will short circuit some of our computation time. Is there a way to check and see if an event is modified? Is what I really need to know. Event dot modify? No. I wonder if I can do modified, because that would save me quite a bit. I'm not seeing anything in here. Has meta. What's a meta? If a metadata entry is found for given name. That has a name starting with an underscore is considered editor only. There is a get meta, so we can check and see what it is. Get. Can we just get returns the object's metadata value for the given entry name? They also get the start and end of a string and not the whole string. So I've chosen to be a little more. What do you mean by? I'm not quite sure what you're getting at with that. Returns the object's metadata entry names as an array of strings. So let's try that get meta list. I want to see what this is. Get meta list. Print. Nothing. Yeah. That's not what I want. But in theory, I should be able to go to here. Can I add? I'm just going to replace this. If I add a new entry, shift plus left or shift plus left physical or shift plus left Unicode. So we, I hear you saying. Automatically remaps meta command and okay. Shift key. They call them options here. event.options. What's this property list? I see shift pressed. What the hell is this though? I bet if I do gd script how to tell if shift pressed on event, this is what I want. You call them modifiers. Modifiers. That's nothing. There's apparently a special event type called event input event with modifiers, which has a variable tied to it. So if I change this to input event with modifiers, we can check dot shift pressed. Yeah, it makes a little more sense now for sure. So I should be able to, if event is input event with modifiers, why is that printing false? It's always an input event with modifiers, even if I press it without modifiers. But it's not, it's just, well, that's wild to me. Okay. This is going to have an issue with input mapping for controllers, but that's something I think we need to handle at another time. This solves our problem though. We should also have a CTRL pressed. Yep. There's our modifiers. Okay. We now have everything we need. We can do that. Pressing left. Moving cursor. No matter what, it's coming through with events with modifiers. That doesn't make sense to me, but if that was the case where everything is an event with modifiers, why have a separate event type and not allow input? I don't know. All the events we care about fit into this category. So for now, we'll just remove all others. Which means at any point below here, we can check to see if it has a modifier, which solves all of our problems. All right, so if you're in one of these states, literally any of these, let's send okay, let's handle this as a function update direction. It's going to take a direction vector 2 It's going to require me to set more values in it, and I don't want to do that. Let's do it this way. X, float. Y, float. State, player, state. And we'll leave it as is. All right. Yeah. And then we can set an internal var state equals player state dot walk if event dot shift. What do we call it? Shift rest state equals player state dot run. I don't know why it's not autofilling that. If event dot control pressed state equals player state dot sneak. There, our state gets updated. Walk, run, sneak. If you call any of these, we can now call this function. Provided an X, provided a Y, provided a state, and it will perform a if. We set zeros on these, so I can't do an if case. Can I do float or null? I mean, it's syntax highlighting like I can. If X not equal to null. What if I do? I don't know if they have union types. GD script value or null type. Variant type. Or no type hint at all, which allows the variable to hold any type including null. I don't like that. I want it to be assigned or not assigned. Can I call it with null even though it doesn't? So if I do floats, update direction, null, null, state. Cannot cast. So what it wants me to do is that. Can I set null values in a vector 2? Vector 2, null 0.0. Cannot set null values in it. That would solve my problem if I could, though. I guess we go this route. All right. If X is not equal to null, then we want to assign direction.x equals float version of X. If Y not equal to null, direction.y equals a float cast of Y, and then we do state. Right, player state equals state. All right, and then everywhere we're doing this up here, we can then do this function. Boom. That. We call it state. So anywhere that we're using X. No. Anywhere that we're using Y. Do that, and no. Did I finish everything I need to do is the question. We've got, this is a state we want to transition to based on our modifier. This is the, we're passing that in, we call update function, and this is the direction, the 1.0 scaled direction. So this is a distance 1 vector for just giving us directional information. We should do this first. So if we're in idle, run, sneak, or walk, we should be able to make this change. We're handling this as part of echo. For now, let's remove this. The reason we want to remove that is when we transition, like if we're holding up and then we press shift, it's going to be echo on up on the future casts. So this is going to have an issue with a delay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. We also want a player state dot run, player state dot sneak, player no. Player state dot walk. So if we're in the walk state, we care about these UI underscore shift control. Direction.x, direction.y, and then we're updating this to player state dot run. Walk. Nope. If we're in walk and you press this, it should go to run. If we're in walk and you release it, we shouldn't do anything. And then here, if we're in walk and you press control, we should transition into sneak. If you're in these states and we release, we should transition to walk. Okay. Can't change direction. I get the feeling it's tied to this. was not tied to that. I release. It's hell yeah. No problem, anytime. Yeah, I mean, the entire reason I stream is for a combination of motivation and inspiration. So if I can provide it to other people while doing it, that's even better for me, in my opinion. Alright, so this doesn't handle how I was hoping it would. I was hoping if we introduced a second match state when using their OR match state, we could double up, but we cannot. That's a bit of an issue for us. Mainly because of idle transition. Do we care? We kind of do. Because if we do this, and we take this, and we grab that, and then pop it up here. If we pop in a if direction dot is 0, pass, we can then append all of these with else ifs. So if your direction 0, we pass. I don't like that. If your player state is idle, we skip. All other cases, if you're releasing or pressing, then it'll assume that you're in, oh right, we need to handle death state still. Let's do the direction. If direction dot is 0, do nothing. Let's try it. We still have the weird case where, so it's not an issue that way. So if we go left, and then we press right, and then we let go of left, we still have that case. So we need to test that. Everything else seems to be working fine. Shift, Control. It is still technically moving when I'm pressing that, so we're good there. Player controller's looking good. Alright, so we just need to handle this case. So if we are, so what's going on? Actually, it might be solvable with that, now I think about it. I was expecting an echo case to hit here because I'm still holding right, but it's not. Okay, which means, okay, that's not doing what I'm expecting. I don't know of a way I guess we could add it as cues of impulses. This might just be an edge case where we just don't cover it. Right, I need to test and see if this works. No, it's not working, so let's add that. We want to show the defaults. We want to go to and up. And UI down. Let's try that. All right, now I can use WASD. So you can transition between any of the directions fluidly, unless it's an opposite. So left, right, then we go let go of left, which means if you're trying to toggle back and forth, you're going to get the occasional dead zone where, like, I'm holding left right now. That's a problem. We don't want that. Definitely. We definitely don't want that. In which case, I guess we could do this as a held queue list, and instead of setting our impulses here, we're setting it as part of our queued. And so we would store when you press an action, like left, for example, we would store left pressed as a state. All right. Update direction. This is no longer taking an X and a Y. This is going to take in, what is this called? Event. They call it an action. Okay, let's take in action name string. Action type is either going to be pressed or released. I'm going to do this in enum. Enum action, no, we'll call it event action type. Pressed, released. All right, so now we can store this. Let's call it var. We should also store these, I think. So let's make a enum for event action name. Left, right, up, down. These are the ones we care about. Will you do that? Yes, you will. Hell yeah. Can I do that? I cannot do that. Okay. Alright, we're going to be UI :space tab do boom. And then we can do left, right, up, and down. Is it equals? There we go. Okay. Action name, action type. Event action name. So we're taking these in. We can now store the called an action map. Do they? It's called a dictionary. Do they do typing on dictionaries? Event action name to event action type. Oh. Must be integers. Ah, that is unfortunate. Sucks to be you. Faction name is not constant, but it's not container type. Can we do event action name? Will it let us do this weirdness? This feels like a jank workaround in TypeScript and not supported literally anywhere else. Yep, that's what I thought. All right. So how do we want it to be a nice, convenient lookup, or I think we just don't provide it. We just do it this way. We use this in our stuff, but we use this in their stuff. That's fine. All right, so now we have our interfaces, or sorry, enum set up. We can store it as an action map. And so in our logic here, we want to store action map, action name, if match action type, action or event action type dot pressed and released. In the case of pressed, we want to do they have the equivalent of a set? GD script set. I don't think they have a set. Emulate a set data structure. You can define a set. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Okay, let's do it this way. So we do action map, look up on the name. We're gonna set this equal to true. They don't have sets, so. And then in the case of released, we're going to do that equals false. It only has two. We're using booleans. So technically, we do want to do some logic in here. Okay, so when it's pressed, we can set it equal to true. First, we want to check if okay, so we're in a unique situation where, so we want to call this, we need to assign these through here based on action name. I think we actually want to switch to be on name, not type. Well, thanks for joining me for a while. Like I said, I stream. I'm going to stop streaming Mondays, but at least for this week and next week, my intention is to stream Tuesday through Friday. Right now, I'm leaning towards removing Wednesdays as well, but I'm not certain yet. It might be Thursdays. I'm not sure. I want to get it down to where we're streaming coding 2 days, and then we can do a day that's more updates and like a half day. Essentially I want to cut my streaming schedule in half. But for now, Tuesday through Friday, at least for this week and next week for sure. Probably through the end of this month, because around the time I'd be trying to transition would be going into other stuff. But thanks for joining. I'll see you when you get another chance to join us, I guess. I'm gonna keep going for another hour and a half to 2 hours, I think, trying to get this done. I want to get our player controller, and I want to get our some of the enemies detection stuff going. Okay, so if we transition on name, then this needs to be event action name dot left we'll do a pass for now dot and right pass for now, and we'll do up. All right, that gives us our bases. We want to check and see if the name has been removed. Yeah, based on what transition's happening. So if Alright, so let's just go back. Let's just do the logic as we're doing above. So assign state. So if this is pressed, if dot pressed direction dot x, and this is left, equals negative 1.0. So we're going to remove that. And positive 1.0. And then this is up goes negative 1. And then down goes positive 1. So this is our direction transitions as we're doing up here. We then need to apply the state, which we're doing currently, and that is the entirety of the logic recreated. So now I should be able to provide event action name dot UI left and event action type dot pressed. All right, and so every other one, so this is released, 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 and released. Released. There we go. And then this is going to be right. Then this one will be up, and this one will be down. Should do the exact same thing it was doing before. Not quite. What a screw. Pressed, released, pressed, released. Right, we are no longer handling our release cases, so let's go ahead and do that. Can I copy, enter, paste. Perfect. Direction X, direction X, direction Y, direction Y. Okay. So we can do, let's change all of these to else. That key binding is going to drive me crazy. Hey, Nadine. You and you need a space. Oops. That should do it. Now it should be recreated. Get comfy. Come on. There you go. Our down is off. This is me pressing down. Oops. Down. This should be Y. This should be Y. Alright, we have that same problem, holding left, pressing right, letting go of left, still holding right. Alright, we've recreated the exact scenario, it's just within this function now where we have all the information we need to handle the scenario. Alright, so we want to we have two ways of handling this. We can either override, so if you are pressing left and then try and press right, it does what it does now, which is shifting to moving right, or it ignores it. Those are two options. I like ignores it. So let's handle that. So let's set, we no longer need to interface with that function. We no longer need to interface with any of this. So we are going to do anytime we add pressed, if action type equals event action type dot pressed, let's do action map on action name equals true. Else, actually we can condense this down. If we want it to be added or removed every time, we can just do this, and then we can just do action type equals event action type dot pressed. So if you press an action, it sets the map to true, and this is just functioning as a set. Otherwise, it sets to false. So now what we can do is if your event is left, do a lookup I should be able to simplify this logic quite a bit. I'm just blanking on how. Direction.x equals action map on action name. So if this is the case of left, we're pressing left, so this is our left case. So if it's -1.0, if true, else 0.0. It's the same as this. this is positive. This is negative on y. And then this one is positive on y. Same problem. Okay. Now what we should do if action map on right return. The only downside, and this only comes into play when it's pressed though. And in the case of released, we need to do the inverse of that. So if you press left, check right, and short circuit. If you release left, check right, and reassign. How can I do that in a way that's not just an incredible amount of code to do the same thing over and over with different conditionals? Is the problem. I think the play here I think instead of doing the inline if, I think we need to block it off on the doing the pressed on the outer. So if our action type is equal to event type dot pressed, we do this. Else pass. Okay. So if it's a pressed event and it's for the left, check the right, short circuit if it's true. Otherwise, set to 0. Or sorry, set to the 1 value. And then we have the exact same here, but it's left. And then here, but it's down. And then here, but it's up. And then we need to do this entire verbatim block of logic here, except all of these values are zeros now. Because this is our released case. So if this one's weird, this is actually wrong. So what we need to do is when you release this, if direction.x, normally we would set it equal to 0. So it goes to 0.0. If not this. If it is set, then we find what right is up here, which is 1.0. So let's inverse this. So this is 0.0 when it's true and 1.0 otherwise. So it goes to, it flips to the opposite direction. Because again, left up here is -1. So it flips to the opposite direction if you are still holding right when you let go of left. Otherwise, it goes to 0. Yeah. And so this one becomes a -1 and checks on left. And then this one is y. It's looking at up, which is down would be the inverse, which is +1. So y goes to +1 when down. And this goes to -1 when up. First off, let's test normal functionality. Errored. Great. Invalid access. Oh, okay, so we can't do that. Get. Yeah, I think we need to change that to get. So, boom. Dot get. All right, let's try that. Our shift and control are no longer working, so we still need to do those. This is working though. So now if I go right, press left, nothing's happening. I let go of right, now we're going left. So we can do the back and forth strafing, up, hold down, let go. So this allows us to do much smoother. Now we don't have to worry about hitting dead zones where you cannot, it'll block you out of conditions. But we still do need to handle input for, so all of this is done, or sorry, all of this is done. This is not transitioning correctly. So update direction. Update direction, oh. How are these not throwing errors? Because it requires the same parameters and okay. All right, well. We want this to transition into I need these to be nullable. Or we just set this. I think we just set this. Because this was just providing through the exact same, transitioning that. So if we just do that, grab that. Okay. Then we can do boom, boom, boom. It's not handling this transition, right? State is walk, otherwise these transition to run and sneak. These transitions are working correctly, but these are not. Which makes no sense to me because we're always calling them. It's not like we're skipping them at any point in time. We're not changing. Oh, we're not changing direction. All right, well, let's fix that. So this one's always assigning it, which means that if we were to run this in transit, just, okay. So in these cases, this is the same as x equal to x. So let's just do that. Okay, so in order that we have else, right? We can then compact this down and say direction.x equals direction.x if that else -1.0. So in all these cases, we're just going to grab this and we're going to do direction.x equals direction.x if that else 1.0. And so here it's 1.0, so we're good. Here it's -1, so we're good. And then here it's 1.0, so we're good. And yep, and then for these two down here, it's actually y, not x. And left, left, so we're good. Down, down, up, up, okay. When we're holding it, it's not reassigning. So we're making a call to this. All right, so if I hold left, press shift, nothing happens. I'm spamming shift. If I hold shift, let go, or so if I hold shift and then press right, we're sprinting. If I press right and then press shift, we're not. Noticing our color is looking a little off when we're moving this fast. I've let go of shift now. But as soon as I press any other key, even if it hits the ignore cases, it updates. Which means, since we're not reassigning as part of this, so we need to set, in all of these cases, direction equals direction. We fixed it. We now have our player controller. Let's alter this to 150, 1.5 and 0.5. Not 20, 2.0. Alright, we got player movement. Everything's buttoned up on that front. We have everything we need in our state transition to add animations. I'm not going to do that right now because it's just a matter of going through, and I guess I could. We just need to handle flip is the only complex thing. So let's do that. Player. I want player scene. Player scene. Pop over here. Animate sprite. We've got walk. We've got idle. I don't remember what other animations we even had for this guy. That is not the right player sheet. Warrior, blue. It's just the different attack animations. We don't have forward. We have forward and backward attack animations. So there's idle, run, walk. Yes, it is getting a little bit longer. It's still nothing amazing. So we've got idle, we've got run/walk, then we've got 2 attack animations to the right, 2 attack animations down, and 2 attack animations up. We can transition our walk to the right to walk, just flip for left and right. We don't have walking direction for up and down though. Which means we're not going to want to use, well, first off, we're not going to use attack animations anyways, so. Okay, so if we look at, we delete that, and we run this animation, we should be able to, so if we do, this is our run, we can do this as walk. 1 frame per second is our walking animation. 2 frames per second is our, or sorry, 5. Each of our frames, we go through all of our frames once per second to walk and twice per second to run. That's how we can handle that. We'll do as a scalar, which means we do this and then we set frame duration. Opposite of that. each frame. I want this to be more to your point. Oh, that's not what I'm thinking of. This is not the scaling thing I was thinking it was. In code, we should have a way to speed this up, though, relatively. Even if we have to manually modify this, that's fine. Technically, we can duplicate this and do a run. Actually, let's do that. So in order to do that, we want to grab this, copy. Let's call you run, and we'll just increase this to 10. Now we can just call run. Nice and easy. We flip direction based on left, right. Okay, so he doesn't have a name. He's probably also not going to be the long-term sprite we're using based on what I'm trying to do on the game. We're going with a stealth game. So I just want the housing for how we're handling this, because it's just a matter of pop this open, select a different sprite sheet. You know what I mean? Right now, you'll notice we can take in any. Yeah, I like this. I really like the sprite sheet. I was using it for something else. It just doesn't fit what I'm trying to do with the stealth game. You'll notice that I can take in any colored image, and my shaders will convert it to a 1-bit. I can then set these, for example, what we'll most likely be doing is if we go back to our game, helps if I save. Am I setting this in code? I shouldn't be setting this in code. Oh, right. I need to be setting it on this up here. Reset, reset. So I can take in any sprite I want. This is an enemy sprite we have over here. I can take it in any image we want and convert it to a 1-bit through our shaders, which means I can grab, once I'm happy with how everything's looking, or sorry, how everything's functioning, I can grab any outline essentially that I like on any style of sprite sheet, and I can dump it in, and it will get the coloration we want to meet our requirements. That's why I spent the first day fiddling around with shaders and stuff and working on that. And so I still need to trigger run animations when we're transitioning between states, which should be easy enough for us because we've done all the other work in here. We just need to, when we're doing left and right, we need to handle the cases where we're pressed, and we went into that. So we have a similar situation here with self.flip. Hang on. Player. Dot flip h. It's a texture. Flip h. So flip h equal to true. Technically, what we want to do is the same way we're handling this. So if right is pressed, if right is currently pressed, then we don't want to flip H. And then down here, if our UI left is pressed, there. I can get in. Okay, we need to. Nadine, please stop. Your claws are very sharp. She's just making biscuits right on my chest. Alright, we need to handle the use case where we're transitioning out. So this is our transition out. And so when we do the transition out, we want to... So if we're releasing left, we check and see if right... Actually, I think we can use the exact same logic. And then here, if we're releasing right, there we go. So our flipping is right. And so now we should be good with this, which is our directional logic. Let's go up here to where we're handling the transition for player state. Let's match on player state. Player state dot idle gets our idle animation, which is going to be this dot animation can we just set it to, I think I called it idle, and then I'm not sure if that works. Player state dot walk is now this, but we're setting it to walk. Yep. We're not transitioning back to idle correctly. Is that because idle is incorrect, or is that because... We need to go here. It is called idle. Idle, run, walk. Okay, so let's go back to our script. Should be idle, walk, player state dot run should transition to run. Are we not transitioning back on state? Print player state. We are not transitioning to idle. That's going to be in our, yep, update direction actually. So if we hit the end here, actually technically we can do it inside of this. If is there GD script summation of value, or what would be the equivalent to dictionary every Any? GD script. Check if any value is truthy in a dictionary. I don't want to have to iterate over it. The answer is to iterate over it. Great. That's not what I was hoping for. GD script. Get first item in array. First truthy item in array. Effectively, what I'm trying to figure out is, are there helpers for array mutations? Like TypeScript has, or I guess JavaScript has, sum, which will iterate through until it finds something. Array, GD script, array sum. Does not have a direct. Using any, you can use the built-in any method, which functions similar to sum in other languages. Okay. So I should be able to do action map dot. I'm not sure if this is going to be values or something else. Dot any, which is going to take a function, and we want to return val. I wonder if this is just optional. If I just want to do a Boolean test. So if we go through this and any is truthy, so not, then we want to set player state equal to player state dot idle. Can I do Boolean? Nope. Hook. Val. Val. What are you complaining about? Has no effect. All right. GD script values. Dictionary values. We can do here, let's do this. Action map dot I know we don't want keys. I mean, values makes the most sense to me. Returns the list of values. Yeah. That's exactly what I want. I want to see all the values. I don't care what the keys are. I just want to see all the values. And if every one of those values equals true. If any of these are true, then we skip this. What I don't know is why it's complaining about it. Standalone expression, the line may have no effect. Do I need to try this? Alright, well, let's see if it has an effect or not. It has an effect. We're now transitioning to an idle state. We are occasionally hitting a case where we can... Alright, so this is happening anytime we make a release on any key. Which is weird because we should have at least the action... Oh, right, we need to do it... No, it's happening on a release. We should have a... We're still moving, which means we still had this. So this was run at one point in time, which means our action map is not populating correctly. This isn't doing its thing correctly. Interesting. I guess we can handle it. Actually, I know how we can handle this. Direction. If at any point in time if direction dot is 0, we can set player state equal to player state dot idle. If we do it there, then in here, when we set it to 0, so we stop moving, we got it. Okay. Our player controller is buttoned up. Where am I printing this out at? Here. We now have player movement. We need to set up vision cones, which means we also need to set up a collision on our player. I'm going to remove this line. Oh. Bones are getting crunchy from sitting for so long. Let's go to our enemy. Let's attach a script. Okay. We're going to have to create a bunch of different things for AI at some point in time. I think for now, let's do kind of what we did in our other game, where we're just going to provide it a destination, I guess. How do we want to do that? Technically, it's doing everything the player controller is doing, except for how it takes inputs. Right. I forgot to do a thing on the player controller. Move and no, it's and slide. Slide. It's a thing for triggering physics that we're gonna have to do. E. It's called move and slide. Move and slide. Is a method of the character body 2D or character body 3D node that moves the character based on its velocity property and automatically handles collisions and sliding surfaces. So okay. That's an interesting change. So we need it to now be part of character body 2D. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Which means we need to change type, character body 2D, which means this is now a character body 2D. We can no longer define velocity because that is defined for us. Can I still do that? Oops. Grab that. We should have a func ready. When we spin that up, this move and slide, we no longer set the position manually. It says it handles this as part of it, but doesn't make sense. So we need to store here. Let's do it this way. If we take this, we will want to set that still here. So if we take this and this is now called func physics process. Take this in. And this is now direction. Right. Alt. Not control. We call move and slide. Our velocity in our velocity in these cases are still 0. We should be able to get rid of this completely. Velocity is direction times speed. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so that should work. We do need to account for delta here. So in all these cases, times delta. It's weird that elsewhere I was reading that it accounts for delta, but here it doesn't account for delta. Alright. This should transition us over. And this is no longer... Oh, that's right. Well, that's not moving. It's moving. It's, okay. Is that... So did I read that correctly, that delta is being handled for us? Or handled for us? So maybe if I remove that... Yeah, it's handling delta for us internally. Solves that problem at least. Okay, so our physics process just needs to update our velocity now. We're not using delta in here, so even this doesn't technically have to update our velocity either. We could go back to, if we do boom. All of this is in here, which means we should just be able to call a move and slide and underscore delta. Yeah. Let's yep, I know. I need to set up collision. So that should be able to handle our collision, which means that when we start adding walls and stuff, our collider will prevent us moving through walls. That simplifies that process. That's nice. That's good to know. That is a lot easier than Godot 3 was when I did that a while back. Alright. Do we want to do character body 2D for enemies, though? I am a little concerned how we handle a star pathing. The intention is our AI is going to be the hard part. Like the actual getting it, make sure when we set patrols, I guess we keep simple patrols contained within rooms. That solves a lot of our problems, in which case we don't need collision detection on the enemy themselves, except for detecting if they've entered the character's collider, which we can do in another way, which means we don't need a character body 2D for our enemies. So let's keep our enemy structure as is, which means that we're doing the old position update for movement. I'm gonna handle theirs a little bit different. So we're gonna grab some things from player. They are going to have a direction, which is a vector 2. I want to use updates to their direction to determine where they're looking so that we can use this for setting the cone, is what I'm thinking. Let's go ahead and do vector 2, so this is strictly signed. We want it to be an array. In theory, here, let me just do the default. Direction equals underscore direction. We should be able to export a variable that is view distance. View distance. 100, sure. I don't know what that's going to be just yet. And then view field of view. I don't think there's an angle. Is there degree? Godot degrees? English functions and annotations, all functions, exports, dictionary. So all classes. So this is built-in constants. Okay, there's pi. Let me go to all classes. Area 2D, Area 3D. I'm thinking we are passing these down as it's a cone. It's a vision cone from their head. So our field of view is going to be how wide is the cone facing forward. So that's our direction. So as we change the direction, the whole thing would rotate with them. Is the concept we're going with here. So degrees. Radians. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on that one. Hear me out. Let's do this as a float. And 1 will be a 360 field of view, which means, and 0 is 0. And so we can do a 0 to 1 to determine how wide it is kind of what I'm thinking. And then we can do it as a sphere on a 0 to 1. I don't think a sphere will work. What options do we have? Let's go back to 2D. Let's drop in a resource. Sphere. Circle. Lip. Cone maybe? Alright, here we go. Canvas item, node 2D, collision shapes. I think this is our only option, is collision shape. Shape. only serves to provide a collision shape to a collision to object 2D derived mode. Please only use it as a child of an area 2D, static body, rigid body. So let me try an area 2D. Area 2D. How do I get you in debug mode? Is that what this is? Hey! So if I set you all the way down, perfect, okay. Is there any way for me to limit out? So this area 2D, no. What if I change this shape? What is this? I don't know what that is. What if I change the shape? I'm curious what this is. This is a ray. What's a segment? It's a line. I don't want a rectangle. I guess my only real option is to do a convex polygon. Oops, don't do that. I mean, that's technically not wrong. That's a lot of math to calculate that, though. Every time I change view distance, I need to rebuild these guys. And every time I want to do a change to field of view, I need to recalculate them. 2 out of 3 points every single time. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. That's gonna be a huge pain in the ass. Oh wow. I take that back. I wouldn't have to recalculate it every time. Because I can do, if I do this, and I take this and I drop in an element size 3, and move 1 here and 1, say, here. I can go down to transform. Rotation is easy. It does change one thing. If I do 50, what is 150, 250, Yeah. So it's a, okay, that's fine. Our scale, yeah, we can lock these, and so we can scale for view distance easily and rotation easily. It is changing field of view that becomes a huge nightmare. Um, we don't have cones. We don't have triangles. In a perfect world, this has a, you know, spherical shape to it. I mean, I guess I could mask out areas. It's technically possible. Because if we do a something like that, I could add. Hmm. So field of view, we can divide it by 2, plus or minus. If it tells us which point, I guess it comes down to information tied to, okay, so let's do that. Area entered. So if we go to our script and we add area entered, print area. I want to see what we're getting. With value of nil. Let me restart that. Okay, just making sure. If I leave, return. I need to go to the enemy script. No, I need to go to the enemy scene. Let's do the 2D side of this. I need two things off of this. One, I want to make this visible. Ow. Alright. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and it did just trigger. I apparently missed our ad window. Alright, still going. Perfect. I will be right back. Alright, we're back. Hey, little kitty, did you have a good nap? Alright. So I want to add visualizations to our. Thank you. Damn, I just realized I wanted to add visuals to that. I think we are gonna have to set. I don't think we have an option. I think we have to create this as a shaped area. Yep, because I want it to be visible to the player. And the way we make this visible. Let's go ahead and just set a rough shape to this. Hang on just a second. Whoops. It's a concave is assigned to a convex. And concave. Whoops. Length mod 2 is true. Concave. That's an interesting one. Also, am I wrong on this one? I thought. Oh, okay. It was because it went in. Thought I was right on that. All right. Let's get something roughly added in here. Boom. I'm going to have to assign these values a little bit better, but for now, let's just kind of boom, boom, boom. We're going to need to math this at some point to get it working right. Not looking forward to that one. But we can rotate it. We can scale it. Skew doesn't really help us, but I want to apply. Here, maybe I can. Visibility layer is set. Oh, what if I change this to be literally anything? That's not white. Will it show now? No. What, visible? I'm not sure what the difference between modulate and self-modulate is, so we'll just set both of those to blue and see what happens. I bet I can set a material on it though. I don't. If I use the shader, it's gonna get some weird side effects. I don't have anything readily available that I can toss in there though that will guarantee visibility on it though. It's weird I can't provide a color to this material mapping. What happens if I provide it as light? Nothing. GD script, how to get area 2D to show visibly. I can go to debug visible collision shapes. I can see vision shapes now. That's not how we want to handle it permanently, though. GD script, Godot. Is there a way to make vision? Nope. Collision shapes visible. Without using debug. I want to say be able to make specifically attach a visible mesh or a color rect for 2D to each collision shape. For a collision shape 2D, you can achieve a similar effect by using a color rect or polygon 2D. Adjust the properties of rect size for polygon points for polygon 2D to match the size and form of the collision shape. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Okay, what is this? Collision polygon 2D node instead. Collision. Polygon. Here it is. Collision polygon 2D. Let's remove you. Boom. So what they're recommending I do is I make them with the same points, which means I want to somehow... Can I somehow inherit the polygon information? Probably be ignored when the collision object is in area 2D. Alright, well... Hopefully that's not an issue then. Okay, so we have that, but when we run it, it's gonna... Alright, we have debug. Nope, 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 that. So we run it, it disappears. In theory, we should be able to add a polygon 2D. We need it to be... Okay, so apparently we cannot set. Oh, here we go, data. So we would have to do something like this. We would set this programmatically, and we just need to update both locations at the same time. But that would give us that, and then we would just have to change it so that the sprite sits above everything. That would be the easiest way to do that. That's not what I meant. That is annoying. Like, wildly so. Alright, I want to see when... Area 2D, on Area 2D. Oh. Okay, we need to go to the inspector. We need to set the Area 2D's, not visibility. Is it visibility? Light mask visible area, no. Collision, here we go. Set collision to that. Then we want to set monitoring and monitorable. So this should fire events. If we go to our layer, we don't have a collision shape. Add child node, collision shape. This one we can get away with a, sure, circle works. Let's go to the 2D. Do we want this as a circle? Maybe we actually want a capsule. Sure, whatever. Not important. We're gonna have to fix it when we change sprites anyway, so. And then we go to, let's stay on this. Was it visibility? It was not visibility. It was, so part of the player object, and here we go, collision. Layer 1, all right. So we need to change, no, we need to change this to be layer 1 and 2. And then we want to change our enemy area 2D to just be layer 2. That should have fired an event. Is our player it's not disabled. Not set for one-way collisions. I don't see anything that would be off in here anywhere. This is the collision polygon itself. It's not disabled. We have this off because of area 2D. Let's try some different listeners. Maybe that's a problem. Shape entered. Body entered. Body shape entered. So this is area entered. This one is area shape entered. Area RID area. This one is print body entered body, and this one is print body shape entered body RID body. Why are you complaining? Oh, that's fine. Body entered. And it gives us information about what it is that entered it. Explains why it wasn't doing anything. Is because we were looking at the wrong thing. Okay. So let's pop this out. Just double check that this is in fact working. Boom. This is on area 2D body entered. On area 2D body entered. So let's disconnect. We will disconnect on this, and we will disconnect on this. I want to know last name layer. We should now be able to do body is player. False. I'm an idiot. Let's try that again. Maybe if I click on the player script. Alright. Run that. True. Haha. We can now detect if a player enters into a vision cone. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually really liking the black on white background. I have an idea. I don't know an easy way to do the idea, is the problem. Let's see what happens if I do this at the most top possible level I can think of. Transform, nope. It is material inherit. No, I didn't think it would. So I was thinking it'd be kind of cool if we inverted the colors for our player model when they enter shadows. I'm also going to need to start applying all kinds of different colors. So one of the nice things about how I set this up is if we go to our enemy and we change this and we go, hey, I want this to be a dotted area. What we can do is what am I looking at? Polygon 2D. I don't know a good way to set up a texture for this that would work. Anyways. Blue, sure. Why are you not changing color? Did we set a color anywhere else? I'm pretty sure that's it. I'm pretty sure it's the only spot we set color. Oh, is this tied to the stuff we were fiddling around with on modulation? Was it under visibility? Yeah, it was modulation. Okay. Hey, we have dotted areas now. And if we want it to be more or less intense, we can change this to be lighter. There's limits on how light we can go. Let's do that. We now have a vision cone. It's faded. What I want to do is I want to see if there's a way I can apply a mesh that will create an outer border on these things. I know I could apply a shader that does it. I'll have to think about that one. Maybe I create a custom shader for these that just maps on the outer edges to create a solid border so you can see when it's transitioning in and out. Or maybe I just leave it like this. Speaking of like this, let's go ahead and darken this just a little bit though. Yeah, it's a little bit better. I like that more. So we can detect when our player is entering vision. I think the way we should do this is check. Let's start setting up a state machine. It's going to be our enemy script. We are going to have our enum enemy state. Let's have idle, patrol, this is going to need to be either a behavior tree or a dual state system. I think let's set it up as a hierarchical state system. So what that means is we need to maintain a like decision state and an action state. So we'll have an enemy We'll just call it decision state, and then the actual state. And so this state is going to be run, walk, idle, run, walk. So these are the actions they're taking. They don't have death states in this game. Idle, run, walk. Do we have other states that we need for these guys? I think those are the actions they can perform. Oh, they're gonna need to be. They're gonna need to have an attack. And then their decision state is going to be things like patrol, guard, so we've got a concept. No, I kind of want to call it an action state. Task. Let's call it a task state. They can be, their tasks can be patrol, guard, search, chase. And so what we have here is when we also, I think, need an alert. I think we need to maintain. Let's do tasks. So their tasks can be assigned as patrol, guard. Maybe they have others. I'm not sure. Come back to that in a little bit. Enum, and then we have an enemy. Act state. And in their act state, they can we would want them to know if they are chasing. Chase would go up here. No, because we need to know what they return back to. Maybe we just store it as a default state, and they just transition back to it when they can. Yeah, I think we just do it as default state and then we merge these back. So they can be, when they're spawned, they will be given either a guard or patrol. I think we're also going to need a we're gonna come back to this one in a little bit. So when they're spawned, they can be patrolling or guarding. When a player is initially detected, we would want them to go into an alert state. When they've identified a player, they go into a chase state. When they lose a player, they would go into a search state. Then transition back to their alert state. And then eventually back to their primary state. Is how we would handle that. Separately, they can be sleeping. I want to use this in a few different ways. Okay, so this is the tasks they can be performing, and this is the state actions they can be taking, and your tasks will determine what state actions are done. And so we will have a task queue, which will be an array of enemy state. Oh, what is the syntax for this? That. Expected type for collection after, oh, enemy state. Expected end of statement after variable declaration. I mean, I can do that obviously, but I want to define my type. Is it array bracket syntax? Ah, there we go. Okay. And so as we are, so we're gonna also have to maintain var. This would be, we're gonna need to know task, which is gonna be enemy tasks. So this is our current task. And by default, let's just set this to guard. Sure. Enemy tasks dot guard. So by default, they set to guard. We have a given task. So this is the current task, and then we have a var default task. So the current task is, what are you doing now? This is what you want to be doing. We don't need to know this because we have this. We should be able to do enemy tasks, or I don't need to vocalize this much. Tasks state. Tasks. We don't need to know current. We can then pop this out to streamline things a little bit so we're not type so much. What's the, is it literally or? Comma? Use comma elsewhere. GD script or typing. Is it union typing? Stack typing. Do they not have union types? It does make this a little bit more difficult. Right. Their enums work as numerical indexes exclusively anyways, so this wouldn't work. Oof. I guess I could do a two-dimensional array. So the train of thought I'm going down here is if we have we keep a queue of the tasks they're trying to do. As things happen, they get added to the queue. I think I might be overcomplicating this because we don't have. I think we have a state, and then the tasks they do as part of that state, and we can handle it through our transitions for the most part. So if we merge these two, I guess what I'm trying to avoid here is we're patrolling, or sorry, let's say we're guarding. We see the player, we go to alert, then we go to a chase phase. Transitioning between those really easy with a state machine, no problems. We're now in the chase. We get close enough that we're within range to attack. Behind the scenes, within chase, what we're actually doing is running. But we could merge these two. That's not a problem. We can also merge, like, patrol is behind the scenes, just pick a location, walk to it. Chase is run to a location. Like, technically we can do that. It feels a little weird to do that because what we're really doing is this is the player's physical state, the exact verb action they are doing for the enemy, and this is their mental state, the task they are on, is kind of how I have it separated right now. And so when you are chasing, you are in a run towards location until you get close enough, and then transition to attack, and then back to run and attack and run and attack. Or eventually you would maybe transition, depending on if you lose vision or whatever, you would transition from chase into maybe search. And so you search the last known location. That's kind of what I was thinking there. And during search, it's kind of going to be a, wandering. So they're wandering around looking for a duration. If they stumble across the player, then that would trip that. So the problem we're going to have is how we transition back at the end of it. So if we're transitioning between these isn't really that bad. So the main time when we start running into issues is when we need to store a default in a current task separate from current state. Is kind of what's going on here. So we need to know you're in a chase mindset, which means you are running towards a location, but when you get close enough to attack, you need to transition to attack. Then back to chase. But we don't want to have to check again to see if you're in a chase state. Like a feasible chase state. I guess what we could do, it's going to be weird. When you have a player targeted, rotate your direction to keep facing them as fast as you can using move and slide with a turn rate. If they leave your vision cone, you transition from chase to search, which brings you to the last known location. We run into this weird side effect with that though, where I think we need a dual vision cone. One that will trigger alert. One that will trigger chase. We only physically show one. Or maybe we show the outer of the two. And so if you enter that, we know that you are within range to transition into it. They go alert. if you can continue towards the center, it would transition towards chase. We could also start a timer, and if you stay in a state where you're triggering alert long enough, then it would go into a chase. While in chase, it tries to keep looking at you. Vision-wise, it's going to try and keep its vision locked on you at any point in time. Is the concept for that. So we're transitioning between alert and chase then. If you are in the alert range of the vision cone, I think we need to stack vision cones, and we'd have a lighter and a darker area on how we'd handle that, just to make that clear to the player. There's an alert area, there's a chase area. If you're in either of these, and so we can do a broader alert area for like peripheral vision. If you're in either of these, it's going to be attempting, and you are in the chase state, it's going to be attempting to turn towards you. If you fully leave both of these, it would transition to a search state, which would continue moving to the last known location and then proceed to search. The downside about this transition is if you're running at somebody and you run through their vision cone, and like you have a vision cone like this, and you cut through, they're going to be turning, and if you do it fast enough, what they're going to do is they're going to finish turning to where you last went through, but at this point you're already outside of the new vision area anyways. They're going to then move to where they saw that, which is going to be weird because it's some weird diagonal point that you left their vision state at. I think for vision, that might be fine. Is what I'm thinking. And the reason I'm thinking that is because eventually I want to add, it's going to feel wonky until I add this, but eventually I want to add audio, and so sprinting creates more sound, and so they would also be keying off of sound location. So if they heard you over to the right, they would be going towards that, which would allow for that weirdness when they leave your peripheral vision and then they just kind of keep going to where they last saw you in the peripheral vision. Your sound would be giving an update on. It would be refreshing because you're sprinting past to get out of their vision. That it would be refreshing the countdown to transition from chase down to alert, down to, unalert, patrol, whatever. And so this transition from chase down to alert, I guess as soon as you leave their vision, they transition from chase into search. In the search, I think from an alert standpoint, the lowest alert level is these, which is their default state, so unalert. And then so maybe I have an enum for alert or alertness, and so they can be unalert, they can be alert, aware, and attack. So this would be their idle state. Let's call it unaware. They don't know you exist. Let's not go that. Maybe we do. So these two names pending are the defaults. They don't know you're there. To the opposite end of that spectrum, which is where they're in an attack state, so they are trying to actively kill you at this point. That's the spectrum. In between, we have two other states. So unaware is they're completely oblivious to the attack. In between those, we have heard a noise. You flickered through their peripheral, stuff like that. Which is where they go into, I guess it would be aware then alert. No, I think it would be alert and then aware, from a verbiage standpoint. So they heard a sound. You know, must be the wind. Heard a sound, and so now they are alert. They've keyed in to start paying more attention. And then aware is they are aware there is a threat, but they might not know exactly where it is or have a position. They have an area possibly, but not a target, I guess. So I guess that's the idea, is 0 alertness. They are aware there is an enemy, but they have not identified a location. So they are alert. Now the aware is they've passed alert and they have a, like, something tricked it, and now they need to pay attention. And then it goes to, there was a sound over there. And so this would be when they transition into searching to go to an area to search. And so this is what you would be tripping if you like threw a rock or something like that. You put them into the alert state by making a sound. Now you threw something to distract them. And so they have, not only are they alert, but they have a place they're going to search. So that's the aware side of it. Is they are very aware something is around, but they don't know what it is just yet, and so they need to go figure that out. And then you've got attack, which is like they have a target. And you will be transitioning back and forth between these two as you transition in and out of vision, in and out. And so when you leave vision, they lose target, and then they transition to aware, but there is now a location that they last saw you, and that's where they're going. When you're making sound and running, it's constantly updating with new locations as you go, would be the idea. And so that's how we would handle aware. If they stay in an aware state for a set amount of time without transitioning, and every time they transition into attack and then back, maybe we'll call this hostile. Target? No. I don't know. I need to work on these names. Every time they transition from hostile to aware, it would reset that timer. And if they're in aware for 30 seconds, and that timer actually gets to finish, they would transition down to alert, which would start a new timer after 30 seconds or whatever, and then would transition back to unaware. In an alert state, so in an aware state, they are heading to a spot. In an alert state, they are maintaining. So if they've moved to chase after you and they transition back into alert, they're going to stay there until it transitions from alert to unaware, at which point they would return back to what they were doing. Return to primary task. Keep an eye out for threats. And then we've got aware. So this could be keep an eye out for threats. Aware would be head to last known. Hostile is target acquired. So this handles last known. This handles you currently have a target. Okay, so this gives us an alertness, which we can combine with an alertness variable. And it defaults to alertness dot unaware. Alright, And then we have var primary tasks. Guard. And then we probably want a var active task. So these two are what would be our primary task list, either patrolling or guarding. These are what they want to be doing. These are the other tasks they can be doing. And then our do we need state here? This is kind of like so if the big ones that if above its tasks, so these are the tasks they can be performing. The state is kind of like the action they're performing towards a given task. So let's call this var current action. We'll call it actions. Actions.idle. Actions. Okay, so now we have an alertness level. We have tasks, and we have actions. That should cover everything we need to make a decent-ish NPC, like AI going. We're going to need to set a secondary vision cone. For our peripheral vision. So let's go to, we have our listeners are bound to the full area 2D. That's gonna be annoying. Do we just handle this as overlapping vision cones, or do we handle this as 3 vision cones is the problem? I think we do it as an overlapping vision cone. Within the collision, so let's look at, within the area 2D, do we, I don't know if we want to constantly be determining where the position is within that seems way too computationally intensive. I think we're better off having 2 overlapping ones and just handle enter and exit events. So we're going to copy paste and move this up a level, and then we're going to do a peripheral vision and primary, we'll call it vision. Go here, and then we're going to change the Which one are you? So this one's perfect. So let's make you wider. Really should add more cones to this. Or not cones, more points to this to get this larger. Oh, undo that. I can make this, I can optimize performance on this by toggling, and I am going to do that. Okay, so Can I set the pivot point for? No. Rotations on this is going to be a nightmare, I feel like. So let me try and do a transform rotate. Yeah, we need to set a pivot point for rotation. How do we define that, though, is the question. Got it. All right. We do everything relational to that, is what we do. So you gotta keep that in mind. Wow, this is gonna be wonky. All right, let's do 250 and 0. And then we will do 0 and 250. And this one we'll just do no, not this one. This one we'll do 250. 250. And then for this one we're going to do X, so 250. We'll transition on that, and 125, I don't know. And then this one will do 125 and 250. Alright. So we need to now shape it in. This is gonna be the hard part. Okay, so to transition to shape this in, let's do. I'm surprised at how large this. Rotation 0.5. That's why. We now have proper rotation by setting everything relative to the 0 on that. Let's increase. If I do let's do 300 first off. I'm gonna need to bring up a calculator real quick. Don't mind me. Okay. So it's gonna be square root of. Oh, how do I set this to scientific? Scientific. Square root of 1800. That's not right. So, oh, never mind. Nope. Clear. So 300 times 300. It's 90,000, so it's 180. Nope. Clear. Square root of 180. 1, 2, 3. 424. That's also wrong. 300. No, that'd be right. So if we have a squared plus b squared equals c squared, we want to find the. Oh no, that's because I'm not trying to create a triangle here. I'm trying to create a. I need to multiply by pi. It's the cosine of theta. That'd be sine. I have a 90-degree, and I'm trying to grab it into 5 slices, right? 0 to 90. There'd be 3 in between. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'd do quarters, which would be 15-degree offsets. So I want it to be 300 times. Is it sine 15? Or it would be. I do need to know the length of the line. That's only if I want to find the... So if I have the degree... let me look it up. It's been so long since I've done trig. Trig length of line from 2 points. Trig chords from line and degrees. It's length times sine of, oh right, it's cosine. That wasn't too far off. Where's multiplication? Let me just times cosine. 15. 289. So I need this to be... I need both. That's why. Okay, all right. Calc. It's giving me different sides of this. So if I do 300 as our base, and then scientific times sine of 15. So if we have 0, 0, and then we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we do 250, 0. All right, 300 is where we're going. We do 300. Then our next point is going to be 289.8 by 77.6. And then the next point is going to be 300 times cosine of 30, and then 300 times sine of 30. 260 to what? So with that, and then it's gonna be 59.8 and 150. And then it's going to be 300 times sine of 60 and 300 times cosine of 60. Should be roughly the inverse of that. Should be 150 and 259.8. And then this one's 300. I need to add additional points in here to finish fleshing out. But if I just remove 0.2, it's technically what we're going for here. It's just a matter of fidelity at this point. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. Let's do everything we did just for that one into this one. So boom. Oh, I need to transform. You go back to 0. 0, boom, boom, boom. Okay, and then that, and then 300, 0, and then we've got 0, 300, and then you're using 300, 0, 0, 300. We'll do 260 and 260. Nice numbers. So now we've got 260, 150, and 150, 260, and remove you. There we go. And so we should be able to grab this, and we should be able to do a transform. And we should be able to, oh wow, it's already 5 o'clock. Rotate. We have vision con. There's a 90-degree field of view. That's fine. I need to correct this to where it's in the same, maybe we do a 1-0 directionality. Actually, technically this is a ray cast in this direction would be 1-1. So maybe we do that as the default across the board to be an angle from it. We could do that. All right. Let's make this, so this is our peripheral vision. So we want this to be a lighter color. It was the lower one, yeah. Data. Here's the color. Something like that. Maybe a little bit darker, so it's not. We don't want it too light. There we go. All right, and then with this, we want to set process material transform. That's what I'm looking for. There we go. And you transform there. Let me see how it looks on coloration. Yeah, that's much better. All right, and then if we set the, I'm fine with color. We set the packed array, remove one of those, go 0. Okay, and then we do so if we have a 90-degree and we want to shift it down to a 60-degree, then our 300 sine of 15, and then we've got a 300, and clear this, 300 cosine of 15. So something like 290, oops, and 78. Let's try again. 290, not 1,290, 290 and 78, and then this is going to be 78 and 290. We do need one more in the middle here. Uh, 290. How are we looking on the edges there? And we're probably going to want to do on, okay, so I need to come, no, I can calculate this now. 300 times sine of 60 and 300 times cosine of 60. Nope, not 60. 300 times sine of 45 and 300 times cosine of 45. Yeah, that's what I thought, 212. No, that's the numbers are what I thought of, but they should be the same. 212, 212. All right, now to fix this a little bit, what we're going to do is we're going to add a new point that will be between these two. It is 212 and 212. There we go. So that lines up. And then we're going to add a new point between these two and add a new point between these two. And this one is going to be our 290.78. So 290.78, and then we've got a 78, 290. All right. And so if we grab this and we do a reset on our transform, and then we update the data to be that, and then 290.78, 212, 212, 78, 290, delete. And then we need to update U to have an additional element here, an additional element here, an additional element here. You are 212, 212. You are 78, 290, and you are 290, 78. Order. All right. So let's start by turning you off. Turning you off. That's what I thought. You have the same order problem. You're good. You're good. Let's disable you, enable you, and then you're good. You're good. There we go. So we have an inner and outer vision. So we have peripheral and we have primary vision. I'm going to call you primary and call you periph. Let's go. Do I want? Do we want to know? I want these to be separate. Yeah, I want these to be separate. So we want primary, we want referral, and then I want a child node, node 2D. Whoops. We're going to call vision, and then we're going to just add peripheral. We're going to add primary. Now we can transform and rotate. We have movable vision cone. I still need to run increase point rates to make this a little more circular, and then run, and maybe we don't, and then I need to run maybe I add points for these two so that at least the cones match up. Yeah, I'll add that. So it has points for 290, 78, 260, 150. So if we add in here, one there and one there, it's going to be 260, 150, and then 150, 260. Then we can do the same here. Add you to that, and add you to that, and then, nope, one more down. 150, and then 150, 260. All right, now they line up a little bit better. And so when we show our unit, we have a nice clean vision code area marked for peripheral and then primary vision. We have hooks and listeners for each of these. We can do a little bit of logic scanning on this one. Ooh, I just realized I want the outer one to be larger. Yeah, I do want the outer one to be slightly larger. The reason I want the outer one to be slightly larger is because, and we're about to implement this actually, is because what I want to do is, let's get rid of that. We're going to do node peripheral primary. So I'm going to disconnect you. All right. We are going to connect on body entered. For primary. No, let's leave pass. And then we've got, so let's rename this. No, I'm fine with on primary body entered. And then let's do peripheral body entered, connect. And so when you enter, I need the ready function. I don't have ready function. Function ready void. We're going to do, nope, not peripheral. Yeah, let's do peripheral. Dot enabled equals true. It's called disabled. Disabled equals false. And then we've got primary dot disabled equals true is the concept we're going for here. For now, I'm going to do true. And then I'm going to print body. Print body. So that we can test. Peripheral. Monitoring. Monitoring. False. I don't know what monitorable is. If true, other monitoring areas can detect this area. We'll do that. And let's do the same over here with monitorable, false. I'm actually going to do this and this. Save that and run. Boom. When we enter and leave, nothing happens. We're going to need leave listeners as well at some point. Okay, so now peripheral vision is true. Player entered, exit player entered. Okay, that's what we want, but nothing for our primary. And then in here, we're going to set this to true. We're gonna go ahead and do, God damn it. Eventually I'll get used to this. Do that. All right, so this will set true, and then when we go into here, we're gonna set monitoring to false, and then whenever we Alright, so there we go. Alright. What we want to do next is we want to set the listeners for leaving. So peripheral node body exited, connect. And when you exit peripheral, we're gonna do nothing for now. When you exit primary though, we want to re-enable monitoring on peripheral. See if this is what I want to do. And so when you enter here, print peripheral. When you enter here, we'll print primary. We're in primary. Primary goes, so you, on primary entered, whoops. This is peripheral, this is primary, which means this needs to be peripheral and this needs to be primary. Alright, so when you, on primary exit, peripheral, start monitoring peripheral. On primary entered, print primary, start monitoring, nope. Oh yeah, we do that. We monitoring false when you enter primary. Peripheral monitoring true when you exit primary. Print that we entered primary. On peripheral enter, then we set primary monitoring to true. Say that we entered peripheral. And that should be it for now. Use set deferred monitoring true false. Primary is on primary, on primary. Peripheral is on peripheral, on peripheral. This is because we're spawning it in. So let's just do that real quick. Also, we can... Interesting that that's showing it all right now. We're in the peripheral. Now we're in the primary. Alright, I need to edit our vision a little bit. Alright, let me go back to our script here, and then we're going to print leaving. And then let's go to our player 2D. Let's change our capsule size just slightly. I don't want our shadow to trigger it. Let's actually decrease the a little bit more, and then bring it in just and move it up. I don't want our feet to trigger it too much. There we go. We're in peripheral. Now we're in the primary. We've left peripheral. So when we stop monitoring, it triggers a leave state. No. I was hoping to optimize on that so we didn't have two overlapping vision cones, but unfortunately that is not going to work. So when we leave peripheral and when we enter peripheral, we need to know. And we can enable and disable primary, but peripheral needs to stay on at all times. So this can't be modified here, and it can't be modified here, and there's no point in putting it here. We'll just toggle enemy scene, peripheral, inspector, always monitoring. And so when you leave primary, I don't know if we need to do anything when we leave primary. Okay. We're in peripheral. We're in primary. We stayed in peripheral this entire time. And now we're leaving. I think we might need to do a wider vision cone area, to be honest. Specifically, I think the relationship between the peripheral and the primary is the problem here. Let's code in. Nope. It's after 5 o'clock. I need to stop. Otherwise, I'm going to have a problem. I think tomorrow what we handle is we start trying to dynamically create the vision cones. It's not too bad. It's just sine and cosine setting of points. So it shouldn't be too bad. I also kind of want to increase the length of our... So instead of... If we do a field of view of, say, 60, I think... Because right now we have a total field of view of 90. That is our peripheral. We bring in 15 on either side, which gives us a primary vision of 60. I think we set the field of view to the primary and say, okay, our primary is 60, which means our peripheral should be 120, 50% extra on either side. I think that's how we're going to handle it. And so that'll give us a range to set against. And we will always do it as start of peripheral is 0. And then we swing around positive degree wise. That's how we're going to set it. Maybe not. We need to offset it. We're going to have to do half in either direction from... I guess it really comes down. We should use direction. Well, right, we need to set direction on here. Oh, we already did look. This is enemy script direction. So this is degree 0. So if we use this as our guiding light, we would just need to find offsets around that. Because this is rotation 0. I don't I'm gonna have to think about that one a little bit, how we relate back to direction. If we want to store direction as a vector, direction as a vector is really nice because going back to how we were handling movement in the player model as opposed to the enemy model, we just need to apply velocity to a direction and it moves. We just update direction. The downside is we do need to handle rotation. Handling rotation is going to be a little bit weird. I think we'll address that tomorrow. So we did get a pretty solid start off on the day. We can detect when a player enters a vision. Not that we're doing anything with it. We did scaffold out our states, so we know kind of what we're trying to go through on all of our vision, how we're going to handle player detection, how we're going to do the chase, all that stuff. Directionality, how we're going to handle vision cones is now a known thing, so it's just a matter of running a bunch of math and updating cones and things like that, which we can all do, or at least the majority of it we will be able to do ready time. So that should be fine. We can also preset some default values just to make it a little less wonky on that front. I think we're good on all of that. Once we get this, I'm just all over the place with key presses. Once we get this buttoned up on transitioning between our states and creation of our vision cones, I'm tempted to say we rotate our vision cone, or we change the directionality of our vision cone to align with our direction on a 0 index basis so that our rotation works correctly. And then we just leave it as a static size and don't handle view distance and field of view for now. And then that will allow us to, with just some minor edits to our visual landscape here, we just need to shift this object up. It provides us to where we can immediately get started on everything else, and we don't need to handle that. I will need to rerun the math to extend these points, I think. No, we don't have the problem anymore because it's, we're keeping this, no, yes, when this goes live. So when they enter this, this goes true, and we never set this to false, so that problem goes away. So we don't need these to be different lengths any longer. Oops. We can handle them as same length objects, which solves one of the problems we had. We just need to rotate it to get it aligned with our direction, which should be the center of this point should be along the Y0. So it's directly along the x-axis, and then that gives us a proper rotation alignment with degrees. So we can just do degree 0, and then degree 90 would be directly facing down, and so on and so forth. We can... So tomorrow we'll need to handle rotation, state transitions, and movement. For now, I think we just add some idling rotations and try and start figuring out the chase mechanic. I think that's where we want to go tomorrow. We're a little behind where I want to be, so I'm going to try and work a little bit tonight. I don't want to overdo it though, or I'm just going to end up burning myself out, which would be terrible. I also have a bunch of other things I need to handle. So if we can get our AI working tomorrow, we're in a pretty good state. We need to swap out character models, and there's a lot of quality of life improvements and things like that, but the core mechanic is the stealth side of it. So finishing our AI and getting that in a good state where we can provide patrol paths, we can provide guard points, and we can provide those kinds of aspects. The chase, avoidance, and all those other mechanics, once those are all good, and we can get the player kill state in, which hopefully we can get all of that at the base level tomorrow, and then it's just a matter of making it dynamic so we can add multiple player enemy types. But I'm not too worried about that. We can realistically run off one enemy type on this as a prototype and be fine. But getting in the different player types, or sorry, getting the different enemy types in, and building out the stealth mechanics on vision only puts us in a pretty good state that we can start building off of. And then, so if we can do that by end of day tomorrow, that gives us a full day that we can focus just on procedural generation and getting everything together. Because realistically, with the state we're at today, we did our vision cones, the majority of our vision cones, not quite all of it. We figured out how to implement it, how to handle peripheral versus primary, and all that stuff. And we've got our state transition mind mapped, so implementation should be pretty straightforward, as well as all of the player model for state transitions. We got all that done today, as well as figuring out what the hell we were doing. So that's a pretty solid day. Like I said, tomorrow, NPCs, day after, procedural generation. If we can knock those each out in a day or less, then we have like 2 full days just to do polish, which would be phenomenal. I don't anticipate being able to do each of those within a day, but if we can get pretty close, we can handle some of that during the polish time and be in a pretty good state. So I like where we're getting overall, even if we are a little bit behind where I'd prefer to be. That being said, I think we had a pretty successful day. I am going to kick off a raid. We will find another preferably Godot game dev, although I am curious to know if any of the people I follow are actually online right now, because that would be a preferable raid choice. So let me just check my Twitch channel, which of course is going to spam that. Oh hey, look, Hypnotic's online. Let's raid him. Alright, raid. It's weird that my For You doesn't recommend him immediately at the top. Following. There's one. Alright. We're going to give him a raid. Hypnotic Games. Cool guy. Not sure what he's working on right now. He is a floating head. Just roll with it. Okay. We're going to go raid him. Like I said, we'll pick this up tomorrow. I do plan on probably streaming over the weekend. I'm a little hit or miss on whether or not I'm going to stream this weekend, but I definitely will be streaming this whole week. I will be working on this over the weekend. Yep. Thanks for joining me, and I will see you guys tomorrow. So we're going to kick off this raid. Please join it. Cool guy. He's also working on a Godot project. Bobble Shop, I believe is what he's working on. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow.